So he can't afford to.
Press 1, 2, 1, 2.
Exactly.
This is a hearing of the Chatham Conservation Commission being held on February 28th, 2024, in accordance with the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and the Town of Chatham Wetlands Protection Bylaw and Regulations. My name's Janet Williams and I serve as the chair. Today's hearing is being broadcast live on channel, I think it's still 8, and is being recorded for the on-demand archives available on the town's website. It's being conducted in person, by phone, and by video conference. So the agenda, instructions on how to attend, and copies of documents for review are all posted to the town's website. So to all participants, whether you're attending by phone or online, please remain muted unless you've been recognized by the chair. If you are attending by phone, you can mute and unmute by using *6. And if you're online and you're not a commission member, we ask that you please keep your camera turned off until it is your turn to speak, and you can indicate that you wish to speak by using the raised hand feature. And when you're recognized, please remember to identify yourself for the record. So that we have a record of a quorum attending today, I'll now ask each commission member to indicate their presence. Vice Chair Karen Latin.
Present.
Bob Rawls.
Present.
Bob Delvecchio is not here today. Mary Sullivan is also not here today. Elise Gordon.
Present.
Cheryl Maservi.
Present.
Eric Hilbert.
Present.
All right. And I'm here, so we have a quorum. And with that, I will ask our conservation agent, Paul Whiteman, do we have any announcements about any requests for continuances today?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Yes, we do have two. They are the first two on the agenda. I can read each one separately. First one is 46 Scattery Road, Carolyn McDonald, trustee map 16J, parcel 20A-9, SE103655. The proposed work consists of replacement of a single-family dwelling and a new family dwelling. The applicants have requested a continuance to April 3rd.
Okay. And the other one?
Next one is 169 Vineyard Avenue,
Oh.
the Douglas Ross Kimberly Revocable Trust, map 10D, parcel 90-D124, SE103670. The proposed project is dwelling additions, renovations, and associated site improvements. The applicants requested a continuance to May 1st.
Okay, thank you. And now that I look at the agenda and realize they're the first two items, we probably should have taken our vote right then and there while you were reading them.
That's okay.
Okay, so why don't we do that first? The first one is 46 Scattery.
I move that we continue 46 Scattery Road to the meeting on April 3rd, 2024 for an order of conditions.
Gordon, second.
Roll call vote. Bob?
Aye.
Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Lost her.
There she is.
Aye.
Okay, gotcha. And I vote aye, so that's approved for April the 3rd. And the next one is 169 Vineyard Avenue.
I move that we continue 169 Vineyard Avenue to the meeting on May 1st, 2024 for an order of conditions.
Gordon, second.
Roll call. Bob?
Aye.
Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
And I vote aye, so that's May 1st. All right then, Paul, with those out of the way, can you please lead us through the agenda?
Next on the agenda, Madam Chair, is a request for a determination of applicability. The applicant address is 55 Eldridge Square. The applicant, William Porter, map 14F, parcel 38R-24-2, project invasive vegetation removal. I believe Mr. Porter is online.
Is he online? Mr. Porter, are you, okay.
Yes, I am. So first of all, I do apologize for not being in person. I intended to be in person, but had a late conflict come up for me.
That's okay. We're actually pretty practiced now in dealing with remote and live people being able to switch back and forth. So with that, yes, can you identify yourself and tell us about this project?
Yeah, absolutely. So William Porter, I'm at 55 Eldridge Square South in Chatham. What I'm looking to do is remove some invasive vegetation. It's primarily bittersweet is the bulk of it, a little bit of bullbriar, some thorns, honeysuckle, and a small amount of knotweed. What I'm looking to do is off the back of my house, there is a wetland area as identified in the plans that I've submitted. It used to be a small pond. Now it's sort of a small puddle during the winter, and it's kind of dried up. But the vegetation sort of completely overgrown the area, and it creeps up onto my lawn. It actually, when I first got there, I didn't realize how invasive it was, and it actually pulled down some of the rungs on my fence. It's completely suffocated a tree. That happened before my time, but the tree has been suffocated. It's no longer lit. It's dead. It's got some broken branches, and it's still got the ivy crawling up it. So what I'm looking to do is remove that ivy, basically go back about 20 feet from the area. I don't need to go back further than that, and clear it out, and then just maintain it for a few years, and see how it does. My intent is to use just a weed whacker with a blade. Again, it's sort of that invasive ivy growth, so it's not very thick in terms of the trunks or whatever. So clear it out, remove the debris, and then maintain it. The tree I intend to cut down, to the ground, right? So cut the tree down. And I don't intend to remove the stump. There's no need to remove the stump, but I do want to cut the tree down. It does have branches that fall effectively every winter, either onto my fence or onto the property, the lawn property. So that's the project overall.
Okay, thank you for that. So this is more complicated, I think, in some ways than it might first appear. And we are definitely sensitive and sympathetic to homeowners in town who are dealing with and trying to manage invasive vegetation that is invading their property without having to spend thousands of dollars to hire a restoration specialist to do that. But our primary responsibility is also to the natural resource area, so we are struggling to balance those two things. So I have two questions right off the bat on your site, on this drawing that you have submitted. It's not, so the fence sits about 20 feet inland from the edge of the wetland. I had thought from what you had written that the wetland starts right at the fence, but it doesn't, so is the fence in front of it by about 20 feet?
I think that, yeah, the fence is in front of it. Yes.
Okay, so that area that has the worst invasion, the one that you really want to target, isn't actually in the wetland. It's in what we call the no disturb zone, the first 50-foot buffer zone outside of the wetland?
Based on the maps that I have, I believe so.
Okay.
And I'm working off the maps from the original construction of the house initially, which I've submitted. So it's not completely clear to me, but it appears based on the measurements as well that the fence stands in front of the wetlands, and there's a little bit of a buffer zone.
Okay, well, that helps, because one of the things that we were struggling with was if this project were happening within the wetland itself, it wouldn't really be appropriate for a request for determination of applicability, because it's happening within the resource area. But if it's in the buffer zone, that gives us a little bit more leeway. But that said, I'd like to hear more from you about your experience in dealing with invasive vegetation. One of the concerns we have in allowing homeowners to go ahead and deal with these things is making sure that they know how to do what they're doing and that they don't end up inadvertently causing some more damage in their effort to deal with the problem. So have you dealt with invasive vegetation management and removal before?
No, I have not. I work with a person who's done landscaping for me for years in town, and I would have him help me with it.
Do you know if he has any experience with dealing with invasive?
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Okay.
And I can provide his name if needed.
Yeah, you can do that with to Paul Whiteman, who would work with you, and because one of the things that we'd want to make sure is that to understand who's actually doing the work, who's going to be responsible for this.
That's fine. I can roll with Paul. Glenn McVicker is the person who would be helping me. He's had a landscaping business in town for years. He's now sort of retired, so he kind of does it on the side. But He's been in town for years. He used to teach at the school, and I wouldn't be surprised if folks in the committee know of the family.
Okay. You mentioned, so in the oral presentation, you kept talking about ivy, but ivy is not one of the invasive plants that are listed in,
Well, isn't bittersweet a form of ivy? I may be
Oh, okay.
mistaken, but I
No.
thought bittersweet was a form of ivy.
no, it's a woody vine that climbs and strangles, yes. Much like, at least English ivy does the same sort of thing, but this is slightly different. It's woodier than English ivy. And I also noticed that you've listed, what is it? You called it bullbriar. Bullbriar, which is the bane of many people's experience, is actually a native plant, also called catbriar and greenbriar. It's very aggressive, and it can take over, but as a native plant, we don't normally allow it to be completely removed, but it can be managed and kept trimmed back so that it doesn't overtake everything. But again, that's the kind of thing that somebody who's experienced in handling this kind of vegetation could help with.
Yeah, and I was just working off, again, what I was trying to do is look at the pictures and the materials provided with me, in various pictures online to identify the species. As I said, a big chunk of it, I don't know whether you were able to view the property, but a big chunk of it is the bittersweet, is the overwhelming invasive.
Okay. But you also mentioned knotweed. You said it's a limited area?
There's a small amount. Yeah, I think there's a small amount of knotweed, sort of to the left of the property, not too far. If you're looking at the left-hand border, it's
Yep.
about probably 20 feet in on the right.
Yep.
There's a small amount of it there.
Yeah.
And I know there's specific instructions and concerns with treating knotweed.
Yeah, because it's very difficult and very tricky
Yeah.
to eliminate, and you have to be incredibly careful not to do anything that will end up spreading it inadvertently.
Into the wet.
So
That's
that
right,
once
yeah.
if you cut it, if you use the cut and swipe or cut and inject method, which is what is normally recommended, how you dispose of those pieces that you cut becomes very important. You can't just
Right.
take them to the dump.
Yep. No, I'm aware of that. I did do the research. Paul pointed me in the right direction on the research with respect to how to treat the knotweed.
Okay, well, I'm going to turn it over to other members who also, I'm sure, have kinds of other questions and figure out a way we can get ourselves comfortable with this. You guys want to?
Sure. Do you know when the wetlands delineation was performed? In other
I
words,
believe it was. I believe it was performed when the house was originally built. The house was built, I think, in 2004. So it was part of the original map, I believe, and I think I've included that in the materials.
okay.
But it would have been on the original construction of the original house. I think the initial concern there, obviously, when they built the house was how they did the septic and built the house itself in terms of making sure it was the right distance away from the
All right.
the wetlands.
I only ask because what we've learned as we've been on the commission for a while is that these resource boundaries change. And I think there's even something in the regulations that talks about if it hasn't been done within not too many years, it probably should be redone again. But anyway, from 2004, you say? Is that what you?
Yeah, 2004. I believe it was redone.
That's-
It was 2004, and then there was another plot plan that was done in 2005. I believe that 2005. I could be wrong, but I can look at the.
So it's basically
I'll have to
20 years ago was the last time it was delineated.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. So it
I'm
could
not
have,
aware. I'm not aware of it happening after that.
right, okay, so it could have changed, it might not have changed, who knows? But so to follow up on Janet's questioning, what you have on your plat is the edge of wetland. It looks like there's a cleared area between your fence, or there's a cleared area on the outside of that fence that's probably 2-3 feet, maybe 2 feet, 3 feet.
Is that a question for me? I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes, yeah,
Yes.
right. So the area that you want to clear, as best we can tell, is in what we would refer to as the no disturb zone.
Okay.
More or less.
Yes.
Yeah. So the thing about your plan is that you're basically wanting to, it is all invasive, and everything back there is invasive, it appears to me. Of course, it's wintertime. It's not 100% easy to tell, but it sure looks that way. And if you clear it, you're actually removing habitat. So you're removing habitat that critters can live in, even if it is invasive habitat. Nevertheless, if you replace that stretch with mulch, now you have a habitat that has zero value. And so that's my issue. We have a no disturb zone, first of all, that's supposed to be a no disturb zone. And second of all, it's going to be degraded in effect from ecological perspective even more than it is now. So I understand your goal, but
Yeah.
I do quibble with
Okay.
the means.
I would be happy, again, I would be happy to do, I mean, pine bark, I was just looking to cover it so it didn't grow, you know. I would be happy to do, and in fact, I think in a later submission, I did remove the reference to mulch, so I would be happy to do with what the commission would advise and what was appropriate, you know, for that area.
Well, the only thing that technically would be appropriate would be to put native plants there. But the problem is, in your case, from my perspective, is that it would, without a great deal of effort on your part or someone's part, it would be overgrown with invasives within 12 months. You wouldn't be able to find your native plants anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's why my initial thought was to basically maintain it for a few years until the invasives were, you know, under control.
I don't think they'll ever
And
be
then
under,
at that point-
I don't think they'll ever be under control.
Yeah.
That's the issue. They are very thick there, and they're very vigorous. So my initial reaction upon reading this was, I don't think it's worth the effort, and I don't think it's ecologically to the benefit. So anyway, that's how I see it. If there's can't really think of a way to mitigate that, but I'll see what my colleagues here have to say and think about that.
Yeah, I guess when you say the effort, I guess the effort for me is, you know, again, as I say, in the summer, it's, you know, it basically a hedge develops. It's a huge hedge, and again, it's constantly, you know, maintaining such that it doesn't creep up onto the fence area, into my shed area.
Understood. It's a common problem. Okay.
So my point is, for me, if the committee can find a way for me to do it, it is worth the effort.
I'm speaking, I can only speak to it from an ecological perspective.
Okay.
I understand what you're just looking to save effort, physical effort on your part, but that's a separate matter as far as
I see.
as far as we're concerned.
I see. Okay, I misunderstood.
My same note was about a planting plan, and if it was possible too, given the turf there.
Part of the problem is that it is an RDA. And already our minds go right to conditions that could be put in place to protect the system. But we generally don't put a lot of conditions into, the RDA is basically a simple question: does this affect or impact a resource area? And if the answer is yes, normally you don't issue that, because it's a request for inapplicable. So we're trying to find some way to avoid going the full NOI route, which is more comprehensive, but would allow a project to be structured in a way that it could be monitored and reviewed on a regular basis. So that Paul was explaining to me that the first thing that you wanted to do was just mow it. So, you know, use a weed whacker and just cut everything.
That's right.
And then you can do that and then monitor and see because you can't even see into the wetland itself because the invasives are so thick there. That would allow you to do that and allow you to see what's coming back, but then, you know, the question is what then? Then as they begin to reemerge, which of course they will, how you treat them at that point. There's no simple answer. Let me keep asking over here. Let me go to Eric, who's more experienced than I am, certainly, in this area.
Yeah, a situation like that, you have to ask yourself, first of all, what do you gain out of what you're gonna do? In order to do something like that, you have to have a good management plan. It's, you have to not only cut what you want down, but you have to paint. If you're bittersweet, it's gotta be maintained continuously. That's why some of these companies are hired to just carefully paint the roots, and slowly, after maybe a 3-year period, you try to get it under control. And that goes for knotweed. You can't pull it. It's very hard to get rid of. And if you pull it, it spreads twice as much. And then you would have a mitigation project, which is usually, if it's allowed, would be, what is it, 2 to 1? And it turns into quite a project for 20 feet of what you're gonna gain, as far as just, just trimming it down or keeping it cut down is not really, I don't think, what we're here to protect, or, to do. So that's all I have to say to that.
Thanks. Karen?
I have had similar concerns to what's been voiced, and of course, I didn't like reading about mulch, and you said you've removed that sentence from your description. My concern is how you keep what's on the other side of the fence from coming to your side going forward, because it seems like a Herculean effort to get rid of it, and it's just going to keep coming back. I thought about, and it's not a great answer, but a mow strip going all the way around, because you're going to need a boundary to keep what's on the other side of the fence out of your yard. And of course, like Elise mentioned, and this isn't an NOI, but I'd love to see what is going to go in there. If it's just even grass, it needs to be fescue, Cape Cod mix, and you didn't address going forward if you're not doing mulch, what?
Yeah, and I would do whatever the commission recommends. I mean, I was sort of thinking something simple like grasses or whatnot, but I would do what the commission recommends. I mean, could there be an alternative of rather than completely trying to remove it, at least being able to cut it down to, I don't know, 2 feet or 3 feet or whatever it may be. I mean, in the summer that hedge can be, it gets up to 10 feet, whatever. It's I'm sure you guys are familiar with it. It really grows. So that would be the other thing. That would be my other request. Could I then, rather than remove it, at least cut it down, from, I don't know, 2 feet from the ground or whatever it may be. Would that be acceptable? I will say too, if you've been, and I don't know if you did the committee have an opportunity to review the property?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, and so you'll notice, like, if you look in the back there, like, all of those trees have been pulled down. There's big trees that were in that area, and that wetland area in general. Like, at one point when we moved in, we've been there 4 years now, and we moved in, there was a family of ducks. There was more wildlife, right? And now every year it gets less and less. The family of ducks moved away, whatever. It's just taken over that whole. Forget my property. It's just taken over the whole wetland area. I mean, it's dry. Like in the summer, it's dry. There used to be a pond. There's no pond anymore, right? Right now there is, because it's winter and there was a lot of rain and whatever, but it's a puddle, I'd call it. So that wetland area, my guess is today looks significantly different than it did, 20 years ago. I'm not sure that matters, but it's just an observation since I've been there. We're gonna be, 5 years from now, I wouldn't be surprised if it's all the trees are pulled down and the whole area is dry.
Well, and that's also part of something I'm struggling with, because your plan that you provided, the one where you put area of invasive to be removed and everything, is from 2002. It could be that what's considered wetlands is different today, as you've said, than what it was 22 years ago. But how did you think that going forward, you were going to maintain this area?
As I said, first of all, it's 20 feet back. It's not 30. It's 20 feet. And again, as I said, I intended to just maintain it. You know, when you're doing the lawn, you'd cut it back with the weed whacker and continue to do that over time.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What I don't understand is if you're saying that it's dry, or actually when I went, it was pretty full. How is that 20 feet gonna make a difference to whether the ducks come?
Yeah, and that's fine. I was just making a comment in terms of the wetland in general. I mean, I'm not worried about, well, I shouldn't say I'm not worried about it. I just want to keep it more away from my property and not have, not have this hedge I got to deal with,
When you say away,
notice I have a couple-
when you say away from your property, you mean the inside or the height? Because you're talking about it's
both.
going
I mean,
10 feet.
Probably mostly the height. But again, I have 2 bird feeders down there, right? Like those bird feeders used to be back a little further. I pulled them up, right? Those bird feeders get, for me even to keep the bird feeders there is,
Because of the
it's
height
just a pain in the neck.
or the
sorry?
encroachment or the height?
For the bird feeders, both, right?
Well, you could
For the bird
file,
feeders,
you
both.
can file a permit to, if you want, to just trim the back side of it or the inside of it. And you can even file a permit if up in front of us to maybe a little off the top, if that's what you're after, if you're trying to get a view of the wetland in there. I mean, you could try that. Would be probably a lot easier than what you're after in the no disturb zone.
So I mean, so again, to just, as I said before, I mean, would it be acceptable to cut it down to 3 feet off the ground, or would maintain it to 3 feet off the ground, or something,
Not usually, no. The 3 feet is pretty low.
Okay, 4 feet. I mean, is there any room here for me to do anything?
Well, you'd
I
have to
guess,
file
is my
for
question.
what you're after, and then we can go from there. Because this filing is for,
Right.
But I would say that would be probably in your better interest, because you're
So-
in the no disturb zone. They call it a no disturb for a reason. It's no disturb, unless.
Right, but removal of invasive vegetation within the no disturb zone is something that's carved out as an exception to the prohibition. So, but again, that brings us right back to where we are about what is the right way to deal with the invasives in this area, short of going the full land management plan and restoration kind of plan, which would be the ecologically right thing to do. But if it's not a viable option for you, then we're trying to figure out what could be. And I'm hearing that, I don't know that anybody has a problem with the removal of the dead tree. That is also an exception in the no disturb zone. Although, Cheryl's online, so I'll say it, the trunk of the tree can, and once because the branches are falling off, and we get that, but the trunk can be left as a snag, which provides really good habitat for a lot of birds who like dead tree trunks. They're actually very good benefits to wildlife to leave them. So maybe the answer is you can do that, deal with the dead tree, leave part of it as a snag, and do an initial cut. And I don't know where we land on terms of how high to leave the vegetation in that 20-foot area so that you can get a better view of what's in there, and then consult with Paul about what your next steps would be if you wanted to do something more long-term management that would require a different filing. What is that?
Does Cheryl has her hand up.
Cheryl, yes, go ahead, Cheryl.
Yeah, just a quick question. Currently, it's cleared quite a distance behind the fence. How far back do you usually keep it during the summertime? Do you trim it back there, or what do you do with it now?
I can't really do anything with it, right?
Okay.
So that's why I'm here today.
So usually in the summertime, it's all the way to the fence, leaning on your fence.
No, it's almost to the fence. So I maintain it, it's like a foot back from the fence. I maintain a foot back from the fence. There's not, the invasives start sort of like a couple feet back from the fence. So there's really not much to maintain, you know, ahead of the invasives, I guess. You know, I have some grass and whatever.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's some kind of compromise as far as you want to clear the invasives, but I'm not really wild about thinking you're going to clear 20 feet on the other side of your fence and that's just going to be cleared. But is there some way to get rid of some of the invasives and that yet leave some vegetation on that other side, is whether we have you plant natives or do something like that? Than to just
Yeah.
have a clear-cut space 20 feet back as well.
No, and that's fine. As I said, I'm open to suggestions. I mean, again, if I know you guys went and saw it during the winter here, very, very different. If you went back there in the summer, you know, you're going to see a very, very high hedge, and I mean, if folks have dealt with it, yeah. So, I mean, honestly, cutting the tree down. I mean, the tree is just a nuisance, and branches fall every winter. And so I'm hoping we can move forward with that. And then if there's some guidance that I can get in terms of just being allowed to, cut down or cut back the invasives a bit, not remove, but cut back. Because right now I can't touch them, right, as I understand it. I can't touch them, right? So, you know what I mean? So I got a bird feeder and anyway, whatever. But so that would be my request.
Okay.
If removal is not the appropriate thing, and again, I'm sort of.
Okay,
Guidance.
we're running out of time here, and I just want to get to the point.
I'm just wondering if we should do a mow strip, if nothing else.
Yeah, well, I'm hearing that part of the biggest problems we're having is with the concept of clearing it and trying to take them out, because that just creates so many other problems that are not addressed and can become really damaging. But you're offering to just do a cut. Let me ask, Paul's got his hand up, and I wanted to
Yeah.
ask him to weigh in on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spoke at length with Mr. Porter, and again, I think he's just a homeowner trying to do the right thing. He came in and spoke to us ahead of time before he did anything. My suggestion, and again, you guys make the decisions, and that's, I make that clear to Mr. Porter and anyone who comes in to talk to me. And I have no problems with that at all, as you know. But if he did cut down the vegetation and then came back with a plan to plant natives and maintain the invasive, cutbacks or treatment to make sure they don't keep coming up, that would be the first step, and the RDA would be a perfect mechanism to do that. If there's an additional application later on, at least it gets it started. I think what his concern is it's pulling down other vegetation, and he just wants to get rid of the invasives. And then if Mr. Porter, you're willing to do native plantings in the area over a long-term basis, that's really how you're going to deal with it on a long-term basis, because just going back and cutting it and cutting it and cutting it's not going to probably amount to very much. So that's just my suggestion for the commission as a way to at least get started with it, and then with the acknowledgement that Mr. Porter would make today that he would come back with a native planting plan and maybe another application of some sort to take care of that. But this would be a one-time shot. That's it. Put my hand down.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Bob wants to say something. So.
What more specifically are you proposing, Paul, in terms of what Mr. Porter can and can't do?
Well, to remove the invasives, cut them back, and then he can see what he's
Yeah,
got.
those are two different things, so.
Cutting them
Okay.
back is something we're sort of moving toward as perhaps
Well, I
the
guess
least risk, but removing is not going to happen because it's just too fraught with.
Yeah. I guess I used the wrong term. Cutting them back, seeing what he has getting rid of all that mass that's in there so he can actually take a look at it, see the ground, see what he can do in terms of planting native species, and then trying to bring it under control with a second phase planned. And then so the RDA would allow him to do that at this point, but it would be a one-shot deal. You could condition it to say that this is a one-time cut, and then you can come back and talk to us about how you want to deal with the long-term management, as some of the commissioners have indicated they want to see.
All right, well, I don't know, Paul. I'm not sure if I see it that way. I think my bottom line for me is that we just don't cut anything that, well, first of all, we're hampered in the fact we don't know where the wetland is, because we have a 20-year-old resource delineation. So we're just sort of guessing. I'm going to assume, for sake of argument, it's where the mowed area stops, that that's the edge of the wetland. Who knows? It could be, it might not be. But I'm okay, maybe, with just, hedge cutting up to that point. In other words, in a vertical line. But I'm not okay with removing vegetation from the wetland. And as
No,
far,
I didn't. Yeah,
okay,
I didn't
it just is,
indicate that,
just to
Bob.
be sure what we're talking about here. And then as far as a subsequent plan is concerned, that's a separate issue. If he wants to come back with an additional plan, fine. But that would not be an RDA. And I really I still don't understand the project, because the vases travel by and large underground. And cutting them, and if you're cutting them for height, right, there's nothing that you're going to look at. It's not for a view purpose, as far as I can tell. And if it's to help you get to your bird feeders, just move the bird feeders out of the resource area, just further on this side of the fence or whatever. So I don't understand the point of the project, and that's also what's hampering me here. But anyway, aside from that, I'm okay with just cutting to where you've already mowed, but not cutting vegetation horizontally.
Is that-
Yeah, I think that's logical.
Okay. I think what I'm hearing here is that we can treat this as a limited proposal, limited to what we can deal with, which is nothing happening within the resource area itself. We're only talking about the 20 feet in front of it. Removing the dead branches from the dead tree, leaving some of the tree trunk as a snag, and doing a cut of the invasives in the no disturb zone.
How high?
Vertically, just keeping the edge
Keep the edge,
behind the fence.
right. And then that will at least let you observe what's happening there a little bit more closely when especially as you get into the growing season. And then I would urge you to talk to Paul and maybe develop a longer-term management plan for how you would want to complete. I mean, I'm sympathetic, too, to the wetland area as being completely overrun with invasives. And so, but that's a very big deal and a very large undertaking to remove and manage that. And if you're willing to do it and get yourself educated for the kinds of approaches that are recommended, then that you could talk to Paul and present a permit request to do that kind of activity. But for now, I think we're limited to the one cut and the dead tree branches.
And I'm willing to say also that you're free to go in there and cut vines off of trees.
Yep, you can do that. Take your clippers and go in there and
Well,
cut those.
yeah, so just, let me just try to summarize what I think I heard. So as it relates to the dead tree, I'm a little confused. Can I not cut that tree down, or can I cut the tree down?
You can take away the branches, but leave the stump.
Well, what does it define the stump? The stump goes
the
up how
stalk.
many feet?
This is the main stalk. 'Cause
Well, leave some part of it, right. I don't, maybe not 20 feet, but any part that you leave, any height that you leave provides a benefit to wildlife. So,
Okay, so I'm living there. There is no wildlife in that. Has any, when you saw the site, did you inspect the tree?
no, I could see it from.
I could see
But I didn't
the
go
branches
close.
laying in the water.
Yeah,
So the tree is an eyesore, okay? And ivy crawls up that trunk it's an eyesore, right? There's no birds, there's no nothing, and I would challenge the community to go back and take a look at that tree and
I
really evaluate whether
I looked-
that's a
Mr. Porter, I looked at the tree, and eyesore is in the eye of the beholder. To me, it's a great-looking snag for birds to build nests in.
Yeah, once
to
they
build.
rot, once they start rotting, then, woodpeckers and all kinds of wildlife get attracted to dead trees. It's a fact.
Excellent.
So,
Okay. Okay, so I can cut part of the tree down up to some distance, some
Yep.
length. Okay, and on
I
the
would-
basic,
I would rather no height occurring on that tree. You can cut as many branches as you want, but the higher the tree is, the higher the snag is, the more likely it is birds are going to make a nest in there. That's
Why don't you
I'm
start-
sorry, I've been there 4 years. There's no bird's nest in there. So
Well-
maybe if I'm there another 20 years, there'll be some bird's nests.
You don't,
maybe there might. Maybe there.
why don't you start with the branches? That'll be a big enough
Right.
job as it is.
Again, we're going to limit this, because this is, we're running out of time when it should be an NOI, so we will
Okay,
take a motion to, let's do it in pieces and see how it goes, and then you can talk to
Sounds
Paul and
good.
come back with another plan for further. But this would be a motion for a negative determination limited to removal of the dead tree branches and a single vertical cut of the invasive only vegetation in the no disturb zone.
and when we say a single vertical cut, how far back is that, or is that, what?
No.
The edge of the grass.
Okay. Okay, great, thank you.
Just
So I move that we,
so moved, it will work.
what?
Just say so moved. I think
So moved,
there you go.
as a negative determination.
Gordon, second.
So roll call vote. Bob?
Aye.
Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Paul will contact you to make arrangements to help you get it underway.
I heard groaning in the
Thank you.
audience to move this along.
I know, we have a long agenda today, so
do.
thank you, Mr. Porter.
You're welcome.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right, Paul, next one.
Okay, Madam Chair, next on the agenda is a notice of intent application. The address is 127 Christopher Harding Lane, Rolf Nixon, map 12D, parcel 3-6, SE 103661, project redevelopment of the site. That's the description given.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good
Bill
afternoon.
Riley on behalf of Rolf Nixon, and Rolf and Sherry are in the back row. So I believe you've been looking at this property for quite some time. And the initial goal was to remove the existing building and rebuild it. And that plan has been changed in the face of opposition from the neighbors. So they're doing work on the inside of the building, but they did want to make some changes to the exterior. Now, Thad, and there's Thad. Hey, Thad, brother, how are you?
He's here.
Thad just had a medical procedure. I'm happy to see you smiling. Good for you, Thad. So why don't we turn it over to Thad to explain, and I'll stand here and look pretty.
You do that so well. All right, hello, Thad.
All right, for the record, Thad Eldridge, here in Chatham.
Yeah.
So we're reducing everything down from the exterior work. We're maintaining all of the same surfaces. The water connection still needs to be updated on this. There was a well to the property, but that's been abandoned. There's a sewer connection order. The sewer will still be connected. It leaves us with one small 140 square foot area that needs to meet the setback so that we can put the HVAC units and the generator in. And we've also put the pump chamber and the propane tank, sequestered area with a little fence around it. That's right next to the ramp, just north of the building by about 20 feet. And that's really the only place we can fit it close to the building while meeting the setback.
Okay, You see where that is on the
That's what
plan?
our increase in coverage is at this point. And with that, I can hand it to Blue Flax to describe the modifications to the land management plan.
Okay, before you do that, just wanted to clarify, so the total impact now, as currently proposed, is an increase of 140 square feet,
Right.
Correct.
and that is in
That's in the NDZ.
the NDZ, okay, got it.
And just to
Yeah, but I'm trying to
remind,
figure out these lines, because they're, yep.
the
Okay.
only part of, this is right above the top of the bank. And there's the generator and the HVAC units need to meet the setback, which the building's in the setback, so it becomes difficult to place those.
Okay,
We don't want to put the HVAC units too far away from the building because then we run into problems with how to get everything there.
okay. All right, we see it,
So
that's
it's-
fine, that's fine. I'll also
Yeah.
just note, too bad about the flagstone patio, but oh well. That was a win for the environment, but no more. I know. Okay, over to Blue Flax.
Thank
Okay,
you.
hi everyone. Can you see and hear me?
Yep,
Great. Caitlin Camilleri for Blue Flax Design. So due to the reduction in the scope of the project, Blue Flax is proposing to remove 4 invasive Norway maple to the north of the property, which you may be able to see a little better if you scroll up a little on the plan.
Who's controlling the plan?
I'm not sure.
I think that is. Oh, Bob is, okay.
Yeah, it's just,
Actually, if you, Thad, would like to do it, or it'd be better probably.
And
Because I expected you to do it and then you didn't, so I did it, so I'll undo it.
okay, that's Thad's plan. We need,
We need the
the
Blue
next
Flax.
plan is Blue Flax.
sorry, that'll take a moment.
Well, I can go ahead and do it again. Let me do it. I'll do it again if you're, I do have it
No,
here.
it's,
We have all the confidence in the world in you, Bob. There you go.
Appreciate it.
Okay. There you go. All right, CC, you're on the screen.
Awesome, great. So there are 4 Norway maple up on the northern area that Thad is pointing to. Thank you, Thad. We're proposing to remove those. We're replanting 8 native tree species, 3 red maple, and then 5 eastern red cedar. The tan color hatching represents a native meadow and grass seed mix, which we will be installing after we remove the trees. And we have proposed 27 bayberry shrubs to be kind of dispersed throughout this meadow area as well. And then additionally, we are proposing to remove an existing border privet hedge that's shown with the green hatch along the perimeter of that north side there. We'll be removing and treating that privet hedge, and then the meadow and native grass area will just extend into that removal area as well.
Okay, thank you. Questions,
Thank you.
it's not as
comments?
great of a project as it was before, but there's still a great environmental benefit.
Okay, yes,
Yes.
it's still a win. We start over here this time. Questions, comments? No?
No,
Okay, over here.
not yet.
I like it.
Cheryl, you okay?
I'm all set.
All right, good. The only thing I'll say, I think we like this. I mean, not as much as we did before, but we'll take it. It's still a win. The one thing so you've submitted the plans, but the existing project narrative, the description, along with the work protocols, were all related to the old project, so they need to be revised so we can write an order of conditions.
Okay.
And a new coverage table.
All right, so Thad, can you take care of that?
That'll be between that and,
Yeah. All
Okay.
right, so CC and Thad will take care of that.
Okay, if you can get those to us, we can schedule that for the 13th of March.
That'd be great.
Okay. And, yeah, we'll take a look at all of that, and then we'll go forward for an order of conditions.
Great.
All right, so a motion then to continue to March 13th.
I move that we continue 127 Christopher Harding Lane to the meeting on March 13th for notice of intent.
Gordon, second.
Roll call vote, Bob?
Aye.
Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
And I vote aye. We'll see you back here March 13th. Thank you.
Okay, so we just took care of an NOI in 10 minutes, and you guys spent 45 minutes.
Hey,
hey. I thought you were just going to stand there and look nice.
Yeah, right, that's what you said.
I heard you groaning in the background.
Yeah.
All right, Paul, next one, please.
Next one is an interesting one. This is Cockle Cove, Forest, Schneck, Massachusetts Division of Marine Fisheries, SE 103672. The project is the proposed eelgrass transplant for habitat restoration, SE 103672.
All right. Hello, who do we have
Hi,
here?
this is Forrest Skank from Massachusetts Division of Marine Fisheries.
Okay, welcome, the floor is yours.
Thanks. I have some slides I can share if that's a possibility.
Sure.
Wait, can you see a cover slide here?
Yep,
Great. So again, my name's Forrest. Work for the Massachusetts Division of Marine Fisheries in the Habitat Program, and just a little background on what our project and program goals are. So we're interested in promoting healthy habitats for the production of more fish in the state waters. So I'll be giving the presentation, and my colleague Iris Citos also helped prepare this submission. Right. Okay. So the objectives of this project are to restore eelgrass to Cockle Cove. And why eelgrass? Well, from our perspective of marine fisheries, eelgrass is really important fish habitat for a number of shellfish and finfish species found in state waters. Eelgrass also provides a number of other ecological functions that are beneficial to coastal and estuarine waters in this region, including limiting erosion and attenuating waves to sequester carbon, and in certain instances, filtering pathogens. So the site at Cockle Cove is in very shallow subtidal waters. It is in or adjacent to a number of areas mapped as suitable for a number of shellfish species by the Division of Marine Fisheries. We anticipate that eelgrass will be a benefit to the majority of these species, and if not a benefit, it'll have we don't anticipate having really any negative effects on these species. And in general, it should be an improvement to fish and wildlife habitat in this area. It is an area that has historically supported eelgrass, but no longer does. And our goal is really by trying to restore habitat here, not to impinge upon the existing shellfishing and fishing opportunities that exist at this location. We have been working with coordinating with the town shellfish constable, and I'm hoping that they may be able to provide some comment on this site at this meeting. But our goal is not, again, to limit shellfishing. It's to promote the fisheries production. The project timeline, over the last 2 years or so, we've been using desktop modeling, and as well as field data collection at sites around the state to try to identify locations that have a high probability of success for eelgrass restoration, and Cockle Cove scored high in this work. The goal for this coming year would, in kind of the springtime, to plant test plots, so a very small amount of eelgrass at the potential restoration site and monitor it both this summer and the following year. And contingent on its survival and growth of these test plots, we would then consider moving to a full scale, and that's would be the half-acre full scale restoration in 2026, and then monitoring would follow for 5 years, again, to try to get an idea of how the restoration was proceeding and hopefully growing. So a little bit about the methods for eelgrass restoration. So for the initial test plots planned for this spring, we'll be using adult shoot transplant. And this involves divers hand picking adult shoots from a natural eelgrass bed. We pick less than 10% or less of the shoots in a meter squared, and we found that in general this has really no impact on the natural beds. They produce hundreds of shoots per meter squared. So as long as we were able to disperse our impact over an area, it doesn't seem to have really any negative effects on these natural sites. Once we harvest the shoots from a natural site, we weave them into burlap discs to help give the root structure a little bit more anchoring power. And then we, by hand, and typically on scuba or snorkel, bury these discs in the sediment, which contain the shoots. We like to plant in a little bit of a checkerboard pattern. It allows space for the eelgrass to grow and kind of spread out, which is what we're hoping for. So again, the test plots will be a very small area. They're two 12-meter squared checkerboard patterns, and then as you can see, at scale, the half-acre restoration is quite a bit more. We are, I guess, I would say, exploring two different approaches to the full-scale restoration if the site is suitable. And the first would be a method that we do have experience with on previous eelgrass restorations, and that's, again, this adult shoot transplant method. And it would just require an additional collection of 9,000 shoots, again, to plant the full area. But another direction that we're really interested in is using seeding. So eelgrass is a really neat plant in that it flowers underwater and produces seeds. And there's been some successful examples of seeding in other regions on the East Coast. And it's a way you can collect quite a bit of seeds, in hundreds of thousands or millions. And so it seems to offer a good alternative to planting adult shoots in certain instances. But again, we haven't worked with this method here in Massachusetts, so we're hoping to explore that more in the coming years. But it could be something we look at this site again if we feel like it is the test plots are successful. And with that, I'll open up to the questions from the commission. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Did I hear you say, and I think I saw it too, that this particular, the transplant area had previously had existing eelgrass beds in it?
Yes, that's correct. I can.
What happened? Why are they no longer there?
Yeah, that's a great question. Eelgrass faces a number of stressors in coastal waters. Light availability is really important, and the waters around the state have had issues with nutrient enrichment and turbidity, which has caused the loss of eelgrass in certain areas. Temperature increases as well. High temperatures can stress the plant, and that's something we also think is contributing to eelgrass loss. And then more kind of locally, there are direct impacts from recreational boating, propeller scarring, or disturbances to the sediment. For mooring fields are a challenge. I don't think that's the case in this particular area. Yeah. And fishing practices can also be disturbance for eelgrass, especially practices that disturb the sediment. Surf clamming or digging for quahogs can be, and other shellfish can be can cause the loss of eelgrass because they're so disturbing to the sediment.
Yep.
And
So
it's very hard to pick out, I would say, an exact cause for any location.
there's a whole
you know.
lot of drivers that operate together, and I think it is, you're right, hard to separate out which are driving success or failure. But I think that the complexity of that is something that's behind the statistic that I came across saying a global review of eelgrass restoration projects found that when considering long-term survival, which means more than 23 months, 63% of restoration projects fail. So I think it's quite tricky. That's why I was asking about what makes you think if the eelgrass that was naturally in this area died, what makes you think it's this, and maybe it's the methodology that you were talking about that might be promising here. What makes you think that this has a good chance of success?
I think that, well, first off, I would say that we are definitely aware of those limitations, and we are ourselves in our past efforts have, I would say, similar, or we don't exceed those success rates in the state of Massachusetts, and that's why we are looking at this test plot approach to start off with. We have monitoring light and temperature at the site, and we don't believe that they exceed the thresholds for suitability for eelgrass, and so that encourages that there's a possibility, but really the proof is the survival of the plants themselves at the site. And so we're hoping that this kind of small effort will really inform us, and we don't want to, I guess I would say, we can't be certain, but we don't want to go in full bore because of those risks that you just
Yep. No, I think it's
right away.
sensible to take this approach, to do a small test and see how it goes. We of course support it, and of course I shouldn't say this everybody, but I support it and hope the best, and hope that this is a successful project and points the way, because the continuing loss of eelgrass is a real concern. Let me see if anybody else has questions or comments on what's proposed.
I think it makes wonderful sense to give it a try. And
It can't hurt to
hope that all those risk factors just disappear and it
Or they're
spreads like
dealt
crazy.
with in some way, right? Over here?
I was wondering, would you be able to periodically take photos of what's being done so that, because this is the first time I've had it come, anything with eelgrass come before us. And, be good for us, I think, to see the process as it progresses. Also, you mentioned, base scallops and a few things. Do we have a letter from the
She's away this
shellfish?
She's actually away this
Yeah.
week, so I think what we're gonna do, we talked about yesterday, is schedule this for issuance of an order of conditions on March 13th, pending receipt of the letter from the Shellfish Constable signing off on the project. I would assume she'll get that next week when she's in, and we should have that in hand before the 13th. But good points about the photo. We'll put in the order of conditions, regular monitoring and reporting in to us how it's going, what your findings are with photographs, so that we can learn from this project as well, which would be a good
certainly, yeah.
opportunity.
Typically, in the past, we've provided an annual monitoring report to the Conservation Commission, so we're more than happy to do that. And while we're in the area, if there's interested parties, we would be happy to have we often have space for a few people out on our vessels if there's interest. So
You mean a tour?
well, there's only so much you can
do we
see
have
from
to
the
work?
surface.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
and we may put you to
we
work.
can scuba down and go take a look at it.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
anyway, yes, whatever,
Well, we
any
would, yeah.
opportunities we have to learn more about how this technology and approach is going, the better. You were pretty
Excellent.
on the button, I saw you.
Yeah, I'll reach out then this spring as we start.
Oh, yeah, me too,
planning
I'm
our
getting excited.
time.
Okay, so then I'll take a motion to continue to March 13th for an order of conditions pending receipt of the letter from the Shellfish Constable.
I move that we continue Cockle Cove to the meeting on March 13th, 2024 for an order of conditions.
Gordon, second.
Roll call, Bob?
Aye.
Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
And I say aye. So you have a bird there, don't you, Cheryl? Every time she comes
Yes,
on,
I
we hear
do.
it. Okay, just checking. All right, thank you, Forrest. We will see you back here on March 13th.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Have a good day.
you too. All right, Paul, next one.
Next one, Madam Chair, on the agenda is 34 Scattery Road. 34 Scattery Road Residential Trust is the owner, map 16I, parcel 32-2, DEP number SE103669. The project is to raise an existing dwelling, construct a new dwelling outside jurisdiction with pool, patio, and walls within jurisdiction, and modify an existing land management plan. That's the project.
All right, thank you. I think we last heard this one on February the 7th, and you guys went away to make some changes, so in the interest of time, I'd ask you just to highlight the changes from the last time, what's changed, what hasn't, and see where we are now. Who's going to present?
Thad, if you'd
afternoon.
like to talk about the structural changes first, that'd be great.
All right,
Well, that'd be excellent. So Thad Aldridge, East Southeast. We have reduced 750 square feet of hardscape within the 50 to 100. That was pulling the patio back from the pool and modifying the walls. And then I can hand it right over.
can you just separate those two things? How much did the patio actually shrink?
The patio shrunk by 490 square feet and the walls shrunk by 260 square feet.
Okay.
We put in slimmer walls with a wildflower mix in
Right.
each tier.
So they're not that, it's not that boulder configuration that everybody was having a trouble with understanding.
Correct.
Okay. Retaining walls with flowers, with meadow flowers is fine. Okay?
Thank you, Matt Lautenberger from Wilkinson here. On our plan, we updated our tree inventory with the location of the trees in the resource area or buffer, as well as adding 2 trees for the mitigation of the dogwood removal, which is now on the table because of the slight changes that were made to the hardscape. We also submitted NHESP fact sheets for maritime shrubland and coastal woodland.
Okay. Oh, that's right. There was a conversation about that. All right, I will open it up to questions. Karen, you want to kick it off?
Sure. Okay, so I appreciate the location. That helps a lot. One of my things is I attended a Zoom on Saturday from the Chatham Conservation Foundation, and the speaker was talking about oak trees and the benefit of oak trees to wildlife, deer, turkey, I can't remember everything. So having heard that, I do have and still do have a concern, because I had it before, the fact that you are taking out trees that are in good shape and you're taking them because they're oaks. Well,
So-
English oaks, yes, English oaks, sorry.
Yes. We're taking them because they're non-native, and the goal of this project is to create native coastal forest and maritime shrubland. Without taking a holistic approach, our client isn't really interested in doing this halfway. So without removing those trees, it's not practical for us to keep maintaining that area when all of the English oak saplings are going to be popping up. We're going to end up with a substantially smaller project.
But the English oaks do benefit the environment. They do benefit
provide
our wildlife.
Some benefit. A native coastal woodland and maritime shrubland would be significantly more beneficial. And there's no doubt about that. From our standpoint as ecological practitioners.
I get that. I just am very much struggling, as you can tell, with the fact that,
Native oak trees, fantastic.
right,
That's about as good as you can get, and this plan is proposing to plant 9 of them.
yeah, I know. I'll let somebody else go. It's just that's something I learned Saturday, so it kind of stuck with me.
Eric?
Yeah, so are you planning on you're taking out all the pines, right?
No, we're not planning on taking out all the pines.
Because you mentioned in your report that with the pine borer, and I can tell they were hit hard with pine borer. A lot of times they're hit because of construction nearby, and because I doubt they would have been hit with pine borer if there wasn't, but in any case, they were inundated with pine borer. And so you're not gonna no intention of taking the pines out?
Our client does not want to remove those trees.
Which is great, I love
Yeah.
pines. What about, there's one that's that fell under another one that's not tagged. I just noticed, maybe it just happened in the latest windstorm, but,
It's possible it's more recent than when we've been out there.
yeah, the oak that I noticed that's decent oak, is the last oak at the bottom of the hill, with a pine with it. It's just too bad, I mean, it's by itself, I thought it was a decent, I know it's not what your plans are as far as restoration, but it's too bad. Oh, sorry. That's what I noticed when I walked the property. All the grapevine, that's what you're planning on working on?
There is a huge amount of invasive material in there, and our plan offers a very comprehensive approach at removing it and bringing the area into a stable way that it can succeed naturally. By removing all of the non-native material, we're setting the site up to be long-term native coastal woodland and maritime shrubland. That way, we don't have to go back in 10 years when the site is getting overwhelmed by non-native species again.
Thank you. I've worked at the property next door, and in the summertime, you can't even see the small
Yes,
trees because they're covered with the grapevine.
it is intensely invaded.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Bob?
Here we go again. So, I went and looked at our regs again. I stared at them intensely, and I even asked my wife to look at the regs. She's actually got quite a bit of experience in some of this arena. And she's got a logical mind, and so I said, look at these regs, and look at the table that you provided us. What do you think? Are the regs being followed? Are they not being followed? First of all, I don't have a problem with the goal of the project. I see the goal of the project, and I don't disagree with the goal of the project, to have an all-native mixture of environments. That's great. My only issue is, and I still think of our job here by and large is to, as the Chief Justice does, call balls and strikes. And so, let me just put this on the screen. And I'm still not following oh, here it is. I'm still not following your argument on this, but I'm just going to try one more time, see if I can get to it. So this is just basically some highlights from our regs. Mitigation ratios, 1-to-1, 2-to-1, 3-to-1, depending whether it's...
Looking at the bold text just above that, though, is the clutch of the argument. The ratio of the area required mitigation to the area of impact.
Right.
And then just under that, specific mitigation ratios and standards applied to the replacements for removed trees set forth in subsection G. And I know we keep going around and around in a circle on this.
We do. I know what we intended when we said this.
Yes.
And just to finish up, then we go down to the section on trees. Wherever possible, trees shall be allowed to remain. And tree removal will be permitted for the following reasons, none of which I think apply.
You don't believe any of those reasons apply?
No, I don't. I don't believe that for the oaks, for the English oaks.
Okay.
English oaks only. This is where I'm stuck. There's not a safety problem. They haven't been, they're not invasive, they haven't been deemed,
It was our determination as ecological practitioners that leaving those non-native oaks on site would be harmful to the long-term.
I understand that argument, just
Yes.
looking at the language here.
All I can tell you is our argument then.
Okay, yeah, I get your argument. You would prefer to have natives there.
Yes.
Looking at our regulations, that's not the way they go, all right? So I'm not saying you're right, I'm not saying you're wrong. So then we go down to the special requirements. If the trees are bigger, then there's more of a ratio. So she looked at your chart. Let's see if I can get it to show up here. Hard time switching. I annotated your chart. And so these rows that are yellowed, by and large, have to do with the oaks. The zone is next to the last column. And then,
So again, you're stipulating here that the area that it's in automatically leads to a 3-to-1, 2-to-1
I
ratio.
do, and I believe that was the intent.
Whether or not that was the intent, that's not what the regulations say.
To me, they do. Okay. Then it matters.
If the intent and the interpretation are more important, then that's
No,
fine.
I think, to me, that's what they say.
Okay,
I can see how you would not like them to say that, but that's what I think they say.
it's not really a matter of what I like.
Well, it is a little bit. So, anyway, so given those facts, I went through, and my wife went through, we both agreed that the ratio replacement, the replacement ratios are as indicated in the red at the right. And when I go through and add them all up, that's 10 trees more.
Right. If we were to add 10 more trees to this plan, there would be no maritime shrubland whatsoever, sort of completely mitigating the most important part of this project, which is to establish that maritime shrubland.
Okay, well all right, you have a project goal, but we have regulations. So
Right.
maybe we should change our regulations, I don't know. But
Can
we
we
can't do
pause
that.
for a moment?
Pardon?
And could we ask
Yes.
the other commissioners if
Certainly.
they agree with your interpretation of the
Good idea, Thad,
regulations?
good idea.
Okay, Elise?
Well, I have a question, and I will answer what Thad just put forth. I do agree with Bob, and I have a question on the definition. How long does a tree have to be in an area to be considered native?
If it was brought here from Europe, it is not native. The insects and animal life that depend on native berries and shrubs, those organisms from England are going to contain chemicals that they were not evolved around. They're going to contain fruit that has defenses against them that the insects here did not evolve to take. There is no question, this is just a basic ecological fact, that plants that evolved in an area different than the area you're currently will not be as well suited to the insect life, which is the foundation of the food chain.
Okay, so trees that have been here since the 1700s
Would not
the adaptation of nature,
would not have
we're going
taken
back to
place
the
over 200
original
years.
bugs?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Interpretation.
She said she agreed.
I already
Oh, you
agreed.
agreed.
I
Okay.
agreed with Bob.
Karen?
I agree with Bob as well.
Eric, I'm not sure if you've had a chance to get into the depth of our regulations. You're off the hook on that. Cheryl?
I had two things I want to say. One is, yes, I agree with Bob on the numbers. But the other thing that I'm kind of in my mind questioning is our consistency. As far as if somebody wants to plant things in the NDZ, we require they be natives. They can't be cultivars, they can't be anything else but natives. And then here we are saying, oh no, you can't take down the native. I mean, you can only, you can't take down the non-native. So it's kind of interesting to me about whether we're consistent, although I do understand that these are really large trees. So that's the only thing that comes to my mind is that, and truthfully, I really like your idea of this, I can't remember what you call it, the maritime shrubland. I don't think our goal as the Conservation Commission is to constantly create forests. we want diversity in what we're creating as well. And so I am intrigued with your maritime shrubland and coastal woodland idea, because it seems like it might be a necessary thing for us to consider, making it easier to establish those as well as just a forest.
And I will say that that concern is one that we raised last year while you were debating the new regulations, that the regulations, if they are to be interpreted the way you see it, are going to lead to the propagation of forests. You're just going to be making forests. From an ecological standpoint, that's not a very valuable ecological biome. What Cape Cod really needs is shrubs and grasses. I understand that that's not what you wrote into your regulations. It's a very subtle point. It's hard to make in a regulatory environment. So I'm deeply sympathetic to the position you're in.
I would say that we are sensitive to different kinds of ecosystems and the important roles that each of them play. I don't think we're interested in promoting woodlands and forested areas over other valuable ecosystems. I think that at least, I think we all have our own perspectives, and I definitely can see now that our regulations need to be clarified. Part of what we were getting at with those mitigation ratios for the trees was biomass replacement.
Yeah.
So because the replacement trees are so much smaller, you lose so much biomass, and not even to mention the carbon they're sequestering, and
Sure.
that you will not recoup those it'll take decades before you can. So that's
would
why
say-
the number was what it is.
So I would say, from an ecological standpoint, the bushes that we're planting here more than make up for the biomass that you're losing, in terms of ecological productivity, in terms of how quickly they will grow, and in terms of how much they will benefit the local ecosystem. From our perspective, it's far more beneficial.
I hear you, but I don't think that, given what I've heard, and I'll just say for the record that my personal interpretation of this is that area is area and number is number, and they're different. And, but I am clearly in the minority on that. So I think that you guys can count well enough where you stand with what you have proposed, and ask you what you'd like to do at this point. Do you want to go forward with a vote or revise the project?
Would going forward with a vote right now be an obvious no?
Looks that way. I mean, you can ask for a straw vote, but I think that's what we just did.
Well, let me,
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
What if you did add in more of the smaller trees, and then in time, if they were overcrowding, then you could come back and thin it?
From what I understand, once a mitigation tree is put in place, it's the Conservation Commission's position that that needs to stay where it is, and any removal of those trees would require further mitigation, leading to kind of an exponential number of trees
Okay, yeah.
on the property.
I get it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that does roll. Yeah.
so you said that the biomass of the shrubs that you're proposing outweigh the biomass of the English oaks that you're taking out. Do you have numbers on that?
I'm not sure what numbers you would want.
Well, why do you say that?
The shrubs, there's a lot of shrubs which are going to all be producing numerous berries and leaves. With the trees, yes, you have a very large tree, has a fairly large canopy, but I'm sure you can agree that the size of that canopy compared to a number of other shrubs would probably be about equal.
I don't know. I really don't know. It's just not intuitive to me. So if you had some sort of metrics that could demonstrate that, that would be useful to me at least.
I'm not aware of a specific metric for that
There
exists.
are probably rules of thumb somewhere. I'm sure that they exist. And maybe that you need more shrubs. And maybe if you had more shrubs and it followed some sort of a generally accepted metric, I would be convinced if that's an acceptable alternative. I don't know. It's possible. Because I still, again, understand what you're getting at.
Right. So as I said, if this isn't practical from the commission standpoint, we will be bringing back a plan that's more in line with what you'd see in a typical mitigation project, which is to say that it'll be just enough to mitigate the patio, unfortunately.
Janet? I've been sitting here thinking about Cheryl's comments. And they've hit me right in the middle of my brain because the point is consistency and the attractiveness of the maritime environment, especially over on Scattery, it's an extremely attractive idea. Well, Eric, now you'll know, my heart stays with trees. I can't help it. It's just who I am. I love a tree. But that should not eliminate the benefit of fitting something to a specific spot. So I don't know how I'm going to vote until you ask me to vote. Sorry, Bob.
Yeah, and this is Cheryl talking.
Yep, go ahead.
And I agree. What I will differentiate is I agree with Bob as far as the numbers go and what I think that we think, what I thought the regulation said. But I can understand what Elise just said as well, that I'm intrigued with diversity. And I don't know that shoreline well enough to tell you what it looks like other than this particular house, which I've been to twice now. But in some regards, I feel like our hands are tied because we're committed to what this regulation says as far as how many trees are supposed to be there. If there was some way that we could manage an increase of shrubs or whatever that made us feel like we were offsetting the loss of trees. I'm not concerned about the oak trees myself. I understand some people are. I don't really care so much about the oak trees, but I am concerned about the biomass of the oak trees. So like Bob was saying, if there was some way that I felt like something was happening as far as replacing those trees, I'm comfortable. I like this plan. I actually really like this plan.
Go ahead.
I want to make one additional point, and that is, I think there's a risk here of changing the rules in the middle of the game. Because we can have a project or projects come along later that say, hey, you remember what you did at 34th Scattery? You let them take those trees out one-to-one, no matter where they were.
I would just say that if your rules are limiting, essentially tying your hands to the point that you can't make informed decisions about which ecological things you're promoting, then that is a very serious problem, which I'm afraid I don't.
I'm not sure I would agree with your assessment that we're sort of just rule-bound bureaucrats just painting by numbers up here. Those regulations are put in place for a reason over long periods of time, and they also draw upon best practices that we're aware of. We're not experts like you are, agreed, but I'm reluctant to just change what we're doing based on your project.
I would simply make the point that ecological restoration is extremely complicated. And that if you have rules that have these really set ratios, you're going to continuously run into these issues.
Well, we haven't so far. We haven't until now.
To be fair, the regulations have only been in place since last fall, August or September. So we haven't been applying them all that much yet. One thing occurred to me as soon as you said ecological restoration, you could file this as an ecological restoration project, a separate NOI to do that work, which has a whole different set of standards. That doesn't, I don't think, we used that for the eelgrass restoration project, was ecological restoration project. It has different performance standards. So if what this is about is restoring a maritime shrubland in what is now a woodland dominated or close to dominated by non-native species, and you want to restore that, that would be one way of doing it.
doing a whole separate NOI does put a pretty significant financial strain on our
Yep.
client.
Yep.
I have one other question.
We gotta wrap this up.
Yeah. To me, and maybe it's just because I'm having trouble telling what's going into the project area and planting area versus mitigation, it almost looks like y'all are creating some sort of a view of the water as well. It seems to me you're putting an awful lot of smaller things so that they'll be able to see. Can you just address that quickly?
The way the property is right now, they currently have a very nice view. If we
Right.
were to not do any of this, they would probably still have a very nice view.
Okay, but is this making it a bigger view, is my question.
I don't believe it would be making
Okay.
it a bigger view.
Thank you. All right,
All right, so where are we? Do we want to,
I
So I
suppose,
suggest that we continue to look at the numbers again.
okay,
okay,
to,
pulling up my calendar. The 13th?
Should give Matt time to revise the trees or revise the mitigation entirely down to 1,800 square feet.
Okay,
yep,
make that decision, talk to your client, and
very
we'll
good.
reconvene then and see where we are.
All right, have a nice day.
All right, thank
All right.
you.
I move that we continue 34 Scattery Road to the meeting on March 13th, 2024 for a notice of intent.
Gordon, second.
Roll call vote, Bob.
Aye.
Elise.
Aye.
Karen.
Aye.
Cheryl.
Aye.
And I vote aye. All right. Aye. Getting there.
Should we
All right.
break?
All right, Paul, we're moving on.
Moving on.
Last NOI before the next
Yes,
one.
last one.
Well, before the next
20
one.
Okay. 21 Shattuck Lane, Clay A. Rosenberg and Andrea Lynn Flink, map 15C, parcel 12-6, SE 10 3671. Proposed project is house addition, pool replacement, hardscape, and associated site improvements. That's the description given.
Hello? Who's here?
Hello. Yep. Hello there. Good afternoon. My name's Derek Redgate. I'm a civil engineer with Ty and Bond. On the Zoom with me is Sean Papich. He's our landscape architect designer on the project. So I'll give the presentation here, and then either of us will be sort of available for questions, me on the civil and regulation side, and Sean with anything to do with the planting plan. So if I could share my screen.
You can.
Great, thank you. And when that comes up, if you could just let me know.
Yep. Yep, we can see it.
Okay. So, so I'll start with the existing conditions. This is the land survey that was completed for the existing property. And so to show you what we've done here is you can see coastal bank, the flood zone as it's shown on the FEMA maps, but the true contour of the floodplain is at the top of coastal bank, which is typical. And then in red, what we've shown here is the 50-foot buffer and the 100-foot buffer to the coastal bank. So the project does not have any proposed work within the seaside of the coastal bank, nor does it have any work proposed in the slope in the 0 to 50-foot buffer. This is our erosion control protection plan, protecting some existing trees, showing trees to be removed. Again, everything's outside of, for removal outside of the buffer zone. And we're going to protect the top of Coastal Bank with the core rolls and silt fence. So this is our existing conditions plan, and the project itself is an existing structure, and I've tried to sort of show what's being saved and what's being added onto. So the existing house is the light gray that you see in this plan, and the existing house stays, and then there's infill and additions sort of all around the house to make it slightly bigger, but sort of maintain the same shape. But the crux of this application would be the exterior work, and specifically replacing in the same general area the existing pool structure, which is a wooden structure on piles, with a at-grade hardscape, different shaped pool. I'm going to try to zoom in here and show. You can see in the background there's a kidney-shaped pool, and this would be more of a modern square-shaped pool with a spa and hardscaped decking. If you are going up here, in general, we're taking area out of the 50 to 100-foot buffer and adding some with the hardscape pool deck. But in general, it's a minor decrease of developed area within the 50 to 100, and again, no changes between the 0 and the 50. The project will have a new stormwater management system. That's entirely outside of the 100-foot as well, but we're going to provide that as part of this project. So with that, I'll leave it up to you. Would you like a quick overview of the proposed plantings? Or
Well,
would you like to?
We have questions. I'm gonna, yeah, because the planting plan, what purports to be the planting plan, doesn't identify any plants. So it's hard to tell, so.
Sure. So the planting plan that we have submitted in the application, I don't know, 6 weeks ago, has been further developed, and we'd be happy to supplement the plan. It's in general, the same amount and planting locations. It's been kept in a way that, would add some plantings in and around the disturbed area where the pool is being constructed. But we're happy to supplement the application with a very similar plan to this planting plan with the actual shrubs, names, and locations. Yeah. And John may be able to pull that up on his screen.
I could pull that up if you'd like to, for me too, if you have no other questions.
It doesn't, let me just, I'm going to cut to the chase here in the interest of time and just say there's a couple of things that are missing from the application so that it's not yet considered complete. Thank you for the presentation on the pool. That's helpful. We may have questions about that later, but the missing pieces are what's really a problem at the moment. So the planting plan, what's labeled the planting plan, does show a series of plants, but they're not identified. There's no species information. There's no size information. There's no density information. There's nothing like that to help us understand what is proposed to be planted. The other major problem is that there's reference in the narrative to the installation of a fiber roll array, but there's no plan whatsoever for that. We normally get a quite detailed plan that indicates the size of the rolls, how many rolls vertically stacked, how they are anchored and supported, how they are nourished with covering sand, how they are then planted on top of that, along with I'm blanking on the name, managing, yes, there's a whole protocol that goes along with installation of fiber roll arrays that is missing from this. And in fact, that's part of what gets our attention. So I would ask you to go back and develop those two missing pieces before we go any further with this.
Yeah, that would be, that's reasonable sounding to me. We do have a erosion control plan that does have a detail of what we're proposing, but, it's not as specific as what you've described. So we're happy to do that to supplement this.
Okay, because I don't see anything on the erosion control plan that addresses the fiber roll array. I don't know where they're located. I mean, they're not located on any plan. There's no cross-section. There's no nothing. So
Yeah, they would be along the top of the coastal bank.
they'd be at the bottom, wouldn't they? Be at the toe of the bank? Isn't that where fiber roll arrays are designed to prevent slumping of coastal banks? I've never seen one that goes at the top.
Yeah, this is interesting one where it meets the criteria for coastal bank, but it's not your standard steep slope right away. So it fits the DEP definition in a different way than normal. Let me sort of put this on my list to.
Okay.
To supplement
Okay.
And describe a little closer.
Yep, and you can, when you locate it on the plan, that helps us right immediately to figure out what the nature of that coastal bank is. What else, anybody before? Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
And yes, while you're at it, would you, I don't know when this, the pool and the patio were originally constructed, but if they were constructed in a time when the Wetlands Protection Act and the Town of Chatham wetlands regulations existed, were they licensed? Were they approved by Conscom? Same thing for the shed.
Okay, anything else?
In terms of the planting plan,
Yeah.
we do have one. We have had one available since December. I'm not really sure how it didn't get in there.
Okay.
Let me know if you want to go over it at all today.
No, we need to have it submitted so we can review it and then ask questions. That's the way we normally do it. Anybody else have anything else? Okay. How much time do you think it will take you to get those pieces together?
Yeah, so what you're asking is we pretty much have everything together and doesn't seem that it's a lot of material. So we'd like to get on your next available hearing. I think people have been saying March 13th.
Yeah, we're loading that one up, so I guess we'll add one more because what the heck.
So we've also
Maybe
have a
take
few
that week
comments
off.
through Crystal from the zoning board, and we're going to also in that time. I think.
Do you have to apply, do you need to file for zoning?
No,
It was not clear.
No, we don't. But we're going to verify the height with zoning just to confirm that, and I think that may have held us up on closing this hearing today anyway. So we'll get these three items that I've listed that we just talked about, and then also that zoning supplemental. It's more of a verification
Okay.
at this point. So
Okay.
we'll get that in as well in the next week or so. And then, yes, if we could be on that March 13th, we'd appreciate it.
All right, let's take a motion to continue 21 Shattuck to the 13th.
I move that we continue 21 Shattuck Lane to the meeting on March 13th, 2024 for a notice of intent.
Gordon, second.
Roll call, Bob?
Aye.
Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
And I vote aye. All right, we'll see you back here on the 13th, and we'll get into it in much more detail then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute quick break, regroup to move into our next item. If that's okay, Mark, you can, we are off the air.
And they're 313. 313's popular. You're on there.
Oh, we are back. Sorry about that. All right, Paul, are you back?
Yes, I am.
All right, would you like to read?
That was maybe 15 or 20-minute break would be good, but.
That would have been better, but we do what we can. All right,
Okey-doke.
let's read
All
the
right,
next one.
last one on the agenda is the airport. The address is 240 and 338 George Ryder Road and 1652 Main Street, Chatham Municipal Airport is the applicant, map 9F, 240, 10G, 438. DEP number is SE 10 1652. Additional parcels are 02 240, 18K1, 438, 53-27, 1652 Main Street, DEP number SE 10 3658. The proposed project includes vegetation management required to remove obstructions within navigable airspace in compliance with federal aviation FAA regulations. That's the project.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
You're
And we
welcome.
have the representatives for the project here. We put out there that we're going to spend today looking at the proposed methods for the vegetation management, the impacts that those will have on the resource areas, the performance standards that apply to each of those resource areas, and the discussion about how it meets or does not meet that, and the request for variances. And I had proposed that we do this on a area-by-area basis, so we're not constantly having to backtrack and pick something up. So I think that's how you've prepared your slide deck, so that's good news. So I will yield the floor to you guys.
Okay.
Great.
Good afternoon. My name is Marco Tariano with Gale Associates. We're the engineering consultant for the airport. I just wanted to make a brief statement, and then I'll turn it over to Adrian. I just wanted to point out, again, I think there might have been some confusion. So we're talking about vegetation management as a maintenance activity from the 2005 DRI. This project has nothing to do with the 2021 master plan. If there are projects on the master plan that the airport wishes to move forward, we'll make every accommodation to the Conservation Commission, Cape Cod Commission. We'll bring whatever applications we need to forward when those projects are actually initiated. Right now, this project has nothing to do with the 2021 master plan. It is maintenance activities only.
Right.
Just wanted to make that clear.
Right, that's clear that what we have in front of us is a notice of intent and a vegetation management plan, which has its own issues in terms of its length and what it's proposing, but that's a different thing. But we're not talking about, and we will not, I hope and try to be clear that we're not going to talk about the 2020 airport management plan update at all. Okay.
That is all I have. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Great, and thank you. I'm Adrienne Dunk from GZA Geoenvironmental, representing the airport. Before we get into the presentation, I did want to just ask, it came up last week, the possibility of a variance for the length of the order of conditions. And I believe you were going to speak with the select board about if that is even possible.
It wouldn't be a variance. We have posed the question about how we can go beyond the 3-year sort of automatic expiration. Now, the question was posed to DEP. They have a different process in place, and that process is possible. Doesn't solve the problem of the bylaw. As we've talked about before, the bylaw does provide that orders can be extended for 3 one-year periods. The problem with that is that all you're allowed to do is extend the date. So you can't add other activities or other conditions to it. So we're still kind of stuck in this position of being asked to approve a 5-year management plan when the extent of our ability to approve anything is initial 3-year term. And then there's a lot of activity that's going to happen in years 3 through 5, none of which is in the NOI. So it may be worst case scenario for you, and I'm just going to throw this out there because we don't yet have a firm answer, that this NOI is limited to that portion of the vegetation management plan that occurs in years 1 through 3, and that a subsequent NOI would have to be filed to pick up the activities that are beyond that. in the next, I mean, that might be one way of doing it, so it would be 2 NOIs or possibly an amendment, I don't really know.
Okay.
But that's all, that's where our thinking is. We don't have yet a full answer on that, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I have all of the work areas in the presentation, that's why I asked, because if, we had an answer on that, I may
Yeah.
skip certain slides, but we'll just go through it
Okay.
and we'll go from there.
Okay.
So yeah, we're gonna discuss the methodologies for removal, then we'll go through the resource areas. During that time, I'll discuss the performance standards and where we are requesting variances. And then we'll kind of wrap up the variances with a more specific discussion.
Okay, and before you dive in, I'll just point out to everybody here that Adrian and I did talk about this ahead of time. As she's going through resource areas, you please let us ask questions as she's going along, so that we don't have to backtrack and try to remember all of that and then come back and ask a bunch of questions. So I'd like this presentation to be somewhat interactive, so that we are getting our questions addressed as we go. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
We don't normally do that, but we are today.
Great, so I did just want to recap. The vegetation management plan was really developed as a result of an environmental impact report, a generic environmental impact report, which covers vegetation cutting at airports across the state. So this, initially, the generic environmental impact report was authorized in 1993, and it had quite a bit of statewide outreach. And it evaluated 19 tree removal methods, and it has created, the rules by which we prepared the vegetation management plan, but also best management practices, which we have incorporated. So our discussion today is based in these recommendations, more so than what, specifically GZA or Gale or the Chatham Airport thinks. It's based on years of state collected data. In 1999, there was an update to the generic environmental impact report that looked at maintenance projects, vegetation management projects that had been implemented statewide. There was another update in 2006 that required some additional monitoring and the development of a guide for conservation commissioners. And so that guide is available.
Yep.
I have a physical copy, but I sent a link where all of these documents are available online. And this guide for conservation commissions, it was co-published between Mass Aeronautics Commission and Massport, which are now Mass DOT, the FAA, and Mass DEP. So these are the basis from which we've developed our work. So in terms of the removal methodologies, typically Mark and I, as engineering and environmental staff, we specify outcomes and performance standards. So we specify things such as no sedimentation into the wetland through the proper use of erosion controls. Meanwhile, the issuing authority may specify more of the means and methods, which may go down to the specific erosion controls or the specific equipment that a contractor is to use. So we specify those conditions the contractor has to meet, but we don't necessarily say, use an excavator, don't use a backhoe. The Conservation Commission, as the issuing authority, does have the right to make those specifications. If they're made, they would be incorporated into our bid specifications and followed by the contractor. So here's, like I said, our goal or our standard is selective tree removal. And so only trees above the maximum allowable height may be removed, but again, we're not specifying exactly how those get cut. We do include avoidance measures for soil disturbance and erosion, which is that work is to be performed during dry, freezing, or otherwise stable soil conditions. It is to use low tire pressure equipment or construction mats in jurisdictional areas. We have specified that there will be no stump grinding in jurisdictional areas. If erosion is to occur, such as rutting, or where a tree, falls and creates soil erosion, that would be stabilized in place during, as soon as it's observed. And then avoidance of sedimentation into the wetlands, as we are requiring a sedimentation barrier upgradient of the resource boundary. So these things are included in our NOI, they are included in the VMP, but we're gonna go into some of the areas where the contractor has some options, and then the Conservation Commission may or may not specify conditions around that. So we have specified tree removal. That falls into logging removal, which is a short and a long-term strategy to remove areas of penetrations. And that's what we have right now because there has not been maintenance previously. We have larger areas where many trees need to be removed. They have been identified as selective removal, so it's not a defined clear cut. It's removing only those individual trees that exceed the maximum allowable height. In some areas, that maximum allowable height is short, so most or all trees would be removed and shrubs remain. In other areas, that height's 45 or 50 feet. So there it is, much more selective of individual trees being taken out. Shrubs would be left intact during tree removal and allowed to revegetate. There's also landscape removal, and that is, it's generally a longer-term strategy, and that's when you need to go remove one tree. That might be done with, tree climbers and chainsaws. That might be done in somebody's yard, if there's, one tree in a yard. But that's a much more discrete effort for, one or a handful of trees.
Right. We don't have any, none of that is, that's not proposed here. Okay.
Landscape removal is not proposed because of the density of trees.
Right, I was struggling to understand the difference, and then I landed on the fact that it's probably not, I don't have to worry about landscape removal for the moment. Okay.
Mowing, we are not proposing any new limits of mowing, but there is mowing that occurs in the aura at the runway 6 end, which is currently maintained turf grass area immediately within the safety zone to the runway. So that will continue, but that's not new. All right, now for the equipment. A feller buncher is one typical piece of harvesting equipment that's used. It's typically track mounted. It can be a lower impact, a lower pressure equipment, given its track mounting. It cuts and gathers the trees at the same time. So for smaller trees, it pinches and cuts them while it collects them, and then it, using an articulated arm, and then it can remove them from the cutting area. So it can stage in one location, reach a broader swath, and then move to another location. So it typically has pretty limited ground disturbance outside of those access points. If it's a larger tree, it does grab the one tree, and it can have like a circular saw attachment, and it saws the tree off while holding the trunk. So the trees in this situation, they don't fall to the ground and they're not dragged, they're lifted out. Another piece of equipment that is used at airports is a forwarder, or for tree clearing efforts is a forwarder. It's also track mounted, and it gathers already cut down trees. So trees that have been left on the ground, it picks them up and can move them to a staging area where they can be managed in the upland. Again, it doesn't have ground disturbance outside of its driving lanes because it's picking the trees up. And it's usually used in combination with some type of harvester equipment to do the cutting. There's also a skidder. We have disallowed the use of a skidder in the vernal pool area because it can sometimes cut material and pick it up, but it often winches it, so it drags it across the ground, and that can result in erosion and ground disturbance. So this is specifically disallowed through the VMP in the vernal pool habitat, 100 feet to the vernal pool, but it's a piece of construction equipment that's commonly used with tree cutting. And then lastly, there can always be hand cutting, which is again with a chainsaw typically. The trees are felled. They may or may not be cut into manageable lengths. And then using typically a winch, they are dragged out of the cutting area to the upland where they can be managed. So this has potential ground disturbance with the felled tree falling, crushing vegetation, but then also the winching.
Why couldn't
Yes.
a forwarder be used in combination with this?
A forwarder could be used.
Okay.
It depends, and this is one of those things that it sometimes has to do with we rely on the contractor because they're experts at this and at identifying, I can get the equipment in there, I can't get the equipment in there, or it's very feasible to bring in this combination of equipment, we have it available, it's the right size for the job. And that's why we do try to not specify overly exact means and methods, because they really have the expertise as they're doing the work. So those are the ways that the trees are typically cut and removed. We are proposing to remove the tree and the trunk from the jurisdictional areas. And they would be managed in an upland. They would likely be mulched and removed from the site. If the Conservation Commission requested, there are some specifications around creating slash piles for wildlife habitat that we could incorporate. And those typically require, there are predetermined lengths the logs are cut to and heights of the slash pile, size and density requirements. And those are available for the Conservation Commission's consumption on the size, and they're pretty standard. We would follow those. They've been required at other airports.
I saw the reference in the materials to, I mean, you heard the earlier conversation about snags.
Yes.
And I got the reference to the disinclination to leave snags because they attract birds, which can be a problem for aircraft. But I have seen it also in other airport orders of condition where they are required to leave a certain number. And I suppose it depends on the location, I guess, of a particular tree.
A snag would be, so there's also, at airports, there's requirements around wildlife hazard mitigation. And so there is a goal to disincentivize the use of airports by wildlife that could interfere with navigation. So I think that leaving some snags is certainly reasonable, could certainly be done. We would suggest that that should be located, not right along the primary approach surface, more in the transitional areas, or at least the very edges of the approach surface, so that we're not encouraging particularly larger birds. Small songbirds, it's terrible, and we never want to encourage them where they could be injured, but they're unlikely to create a plane crash. But larger birds, it's a danger to the bird and the aircraft. But again, that is, leaving a few snags would certainly be, we'd be amenable to that.
Okay.
Are there other questions from the commission about means and methods before we go into resource area performance standards?
Anybody?
The vernal pool area has a huge amount of trees. So, some of these, the feller buncher and forwarder, they're big machines. So how is that done? And I know you're not the one doing the work, but do they start up at the bike path and then progress down? And how much disturbance, I know you say when the ground is, sort of frozen and everything, but there are leaves and everything that could be pushed elsewhere. How is that dealt with?
Yes, so it would begin up at the bike path, and it would work its way slowly in,
Right.
as needed. It would be staged, and then there's, a variety of sizes. So again, that would be, the contractor would look at it and their
Right.
equipment. We're not gonna bring in the same trees you cut,
Right.
out west, hundreds and hundreds of acres with. It'd be likely smaller equipment. So it would stage and cut what it can reach and then adjust its
forward.
location and move
But
forward.
how do you keep all the things that are on the ground, leaves, et cetera, from being pushed by these larger machines down to the vernal pool?
The tracks on the machines don't push a lot of
They don't, okay.
material before them.
Okay.
So the leaves, we would expect the leaves to remain, they get compressed, but generally intact.
All right, thank you.
I have a question. What kind of slope can these machines deal with? That vernal pool is about 43 feet below grade on a fairly steep grade going down to it. How is that
These
appropriate
machines are
for these?
pretty versatile. Tracked equipment can get in a lot of places with steep slopes. So we would expect that that's not a huge impediment.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Mhm. Anybody else? Questions on the methods?
From my experience, I think the first piece of equipment is usually used for clearing, complete clearing. So if you're selective, it's the first piece of equipment that would be ideal to pick the tree up as it cuts it. But if you're selective, it's hard for it to maneuver. They're usually used for complete clearing.
They're also used for selective clearing. So I mean, that's part of the specification, is they're not to be cutting other vegetation.
But given that when in the buffer zones around the vernal pool, because the maximum allowable height is pretty low, so virtually all those trees will be coming out because they are all in excess of 10 feet, 10 to 15 feet, I think is what the maximum allowable is there. So the feller buncher that can get multiple small trees at one time would be the likely thing that they'd be using for something like that?
I would think that they would use that, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'd like to add also, I think the mats would be very important, the drive mats.
Mm-hmm. Right, and the mats versus low-pressure equipment, some of that is determined by slope. So again, that's where our goal is no erosion. And then mats and/or low-pressure equipment can be used under dry or frozen conditions to attain that goal.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on.
Okay. All right, so just because I have seen some information circulating in the community regarding this project, I do want to be really clear about what our jurisdiction is here, both under the Wetland Protection Act and under the Chatham bylaw. So under the Wetland Protection Act, which refers to both the law but also the implementing regulations, it identifies a list of areas that are subject to protection under the Wetland Protection Act. The items in blue are resources we have on the site, including bank and freshwater wetlands. We also have land under water bodies of the resources listed above and land subject to flooding. We do not have any land subject to tidal action, coastal storm flowage, or riverfront area on the property or on the work area. Mm-hmm. Further, only the items in item A have a 100-foot buffer zone. So that is just the banks to the ponds and the freshwater wetlands to the ponds. The Wetland Protection Act, as you all know, it only requires a notice of intent to the Conservation Commission if the work within the buffer zone may alter an area subject to protection. Hence, we are here. We all believe that threshold has been met. If you are working in the buffer zone, that work under the Wetland Protection Act is regulated under 310 CMR 10.53(1) general provisions, which provides for the Conservation Commission to review the work and condition the work in the buffer zone to avoid those alterations to the resource areas. Resource-specific performance standards for inland wetlands, which are what is on the site, are available at 310 CMR 10.54 through 5.8. Under the Chatham bylaw, yes.
I think we've gone over this before, but I just want to get crystal clear on it, and that is, as we discussed, within the Wetlands Protection Act, there are provisions to exempt airports from, there's I think it's referred to as a hardship exemption.
Are you speaking about the limited project provisions?
Limited project, that's it. And you did not apply, though, for that. Could you just go over that again? Why not?
Absolutely. So the resource area performance standards specifically 10.55, which regulates bordering vegetated wetlands. It does not allow for any impacts to vegetated wetlands above 5,000 square feet. So, without a limited project. Before the limited project existed in 1993, to permit a vegetation management plan at an airport that had, say, 10,000 square feet of vegetated wetland impacts, the airport would have to go to the Conservation Commission and get denied. They would then have to appeal it to DEP and get denied. Then they would have to appeal for a variance from DEP and complete an environmental notification form, an environmental impact report to MEPA before being issued their variance. That was quite a significant effort for projects that are generally well understood and similar to vegetation management on rights-of-way, which is allowed in the state. So that is why the limited project provision was developed, was to create an avenue for airports to come to their Conservation Commission with impacts exceeding 5,000 square feet of vegetated wetlands and get approved. We have 0 square feet of vegetated wetlands. So we meet the performance standards, and we don't need that limited project provision to allow us to have impacts in excess of the performance standards.
But you are impacting the wetlands via the associated aura.
But the performance standards for vegetated wetlands only apply to within the delineated boundary of the wetland. They do not apply to the buffer zone.
Okay. Too bad. All right, thanks.
So that's why we didn't apply that way. We developed everything in accordance with the limited project, and then at the end we said, well, it's really not applicable. So we followed all of the rules that were more strict, but we did not need that permission to exceed allowable thresholds. All right, under the Chatham bylaw and the bylaw and the implementing regulations, you regulate freshwater wetlands and marshes, and we have those on site, and you also regulate the land within 100 feet of those as a resource. You also regulate lakes, rivers, ponds, and the water underneath, and the land underneath those waters, and the land within 100 feet of those, all as a resource. We have all of those items on site. We don't have any rivers, so no 200 feet to a river is applicable. And then you regulate land subject to flooding or inundation by groundwater, and the land within 100 feet of that, which are on site. And again, we have no land subject to coastal storm flowage, nor is this project within the Pleasant Bay ACEC. So we'll be discussing how we comply with your regulations, which do identify that 100-foot buffer zone, is what it's named under the Wetland Protection Act, but adjacent upland resource area under your regulations. So I'm going to try to keep my terms straight throughout this whole discussion, but there may be some switching back and forth.
We're accustomed to buffer zone and aura being switched back and forth. That's not a problem.
Okay, great.
We do it too.
So on site, we have our vernal pool. Within the limits of the vernal pool, no work is proposed. The vernal pool is known under the regulations, under the Wetland Protection Act, as isolated land subject to flooding. Under your regulations, it's known as isolated land subject to flooding, and it's a vernal pool under your regulations. The vernal pool habitat, those areas within 100 feet of the vernal pool, we are proposing work. Under the Wetland Protection Act, it is not regulated. Under the bylaw, it is regulated both as ARA, to isolated land subject to flooding, and vernal pool habitat. Further, in Beers' Pond, Black Pond, the Cranberry Bog, and Emery Pond, no work is proposed. Those are regulated as bank, which is the edge of the ponds, and then the land under water bodies and waterways, LUWW, under the Wetland Protection Act. Under your regulations, they are named inland bank and land under water bodies. Within the buffer zone or the ARA to the bank of these ponds and the Cranberry Bog, we are proposing work. Again, under the Wetland Protection Act, that's regulated under the general provisions for work in the buffer zone. And under your regulations, it's regulated as ARA to bank, which is including the bank citation at 3.01 and also the aura citation at 4.0. My mistake in leaving that off. Further, there is a vegetated wetland to Black Pond. Again, we are proposing no work within that vegetated wetland. It is regulated as a bordering vegetated wetland under the Wetland Protection Act and as a vegetated wetland under your bylaw. Within the aura zone, within the buffer zone or the aura to that wetland, we are proposing work. So I just want to be abundantly clear here because I have seen some statements that we are working in the resource areas under the WPA, and that is not a correct statement. We are working in the buffer zone to resource areas under the WPA. Under the bylaw, we are working within the upland adjacent resource area.
Which are resource
Which
areas,
are-
which
which
is
is a
why
res-
sometimes you
is
see
a
that
resource
reference,
area.
it is not always incorrect.
It is, under your bylaw, it is a resource area, and it has regulations. So I just do want to be clear about that.
Yep.
I know it's a lot, and it's a lot of mouthfuls, but we just want to try to not muddy the water further. I think we're all familiar with this graphic by now, showing the work areas. The darker hatching at either end of the runway is jurisdictional work that's proposed in year 1 of the vegetation management plan on the approach surfaces. Lighter hatching is on the transitional areas, and that ultimately may or may not be part of the sought order of conditions based on bylaw requirements. So starting with the vernal pool, at the runway 6 end, again, no cutting within the limits. In the NOI, we have proposed cutting within both the inner 50 feet, the inner aura, and the outer aura in year 1, as shown in the darker hatching, and in year 3 to 5 in the lighter hatching. So that has been included.
I'm sorry, can you go back again?
Yes.
Because this is important.
Yes.
So first of all, the hatched area in the buffer zone of the aura to the vernal pool is this where work is proposed. That's the inner 50 feet and the outer 50 feet, right? That's proposed in year 1. The rest of the aura around the vernal pool is proposed for later.
Correct.
About year 4? I mean, it's not
Yeah, about
entirely
year 4,
clear to me.
right.
Can you explain why you are segmenting it that way?
Yes, we're segmenting that way to both prioritize the most critical surface, which is the approach surface where the aircraft take off and land, and also to be more protective of the vernal pool and decrease kind of the shock to that system of removing trees, around 2/3 of it in one go. So the trees, it's less than 30% of the perimeter is where we're proposing tree removal in year 1 of the YOP. Give it time for those shrubs to regrow, that habitat to rebound, and then go in and clear the other necessary area. And so that is to kind of decrease that shock to the system and provide escape habitat. So when we're cutting in one area, there's other areas for animals to use. And it will increase some, we know there'll be a loss of shading associated with the cutting, and it would allow shrubs and smaller vegetation to grow up right along the edge. I'm just trying to get the mouse on the screen.
There should be a
right
laser pointer somewhere up there.
Here, right along the edge of the vernal pool, it is up to 20 feet. So again, allowing some of that vegetation to grow up to provide shading before we go in and cut the other side.
Do you know offhand what the species of those shrubs are that are right there at the edge?
The species of the shrubs that are in there are primarily Clethra alnifolia, which is sweet pepper bush, as well as high bush blueberry, and there is a lot of smilax. There's a lot of greenbrier in there.
That doesn't quite qualify as a shrub in my world. So what is the
when it
maximum
grabs your
height?
eyebrows,
Where
it
does the
feels-
clethra and the high bush blueberry reach in terms of their maximum height?
I'm not sure offhand. They're generally considered compatible with this area, though, and would be left intact.
Okay.
All right, as stated, this area under the Wetland Protection Act is considered isolated land subject to flooding. The performance standards at 1057 4B state that the proposed project in ILSF. As we are not in the resource, these performance standards are not applicable. There is no buffer zone to ILSF. This is all under the WPA. And the Wetland Protection Act only defines vernal pool habitat as areas within 100 feet of the vernal pool if they're otherwise protected by the Wetland Protection Act. Therefore, there's no Wetland Protection Act jurisdiction around this vernal pool. It is protected.
I'm sorry, can you go back
Yeah.
again? That just was, that landed with a thud.
Yeah. Yeah, the definition says that vernal pool habitat is that area extending out 100 feet from the pool land to the extent that such habitat is within an area subject to jurisdiction.
So that means only if that buffer zone happens to be in another resource area that is directly.
Correct.
Okay, well, that's just, that's why the WPA is useless. Okay. That's why we have a bylaw.
As discussed, under the bylaw, it is, the vernal pool is regulated as isolated land subject to flooding. So we do meet the first several performance standards there, as we will not be filling the ILSF. We are not going to be increasing the use of nutrients or chemicals. The soils will remain intact, so there's not an adverse effect on water supply or the capacity to prevent pollution. There'll continue to be a dense shrub layer, and it shall not impair the function of the slope. So again, the slope will continue to be stabilized through that shrub cover. The final item E is no activity is allowed within 50 feet of the ILSF except with the granting of a variance. We are proposing clearing within 50 feet. We have requested a variance.
Okay, let's pause here and have questions about these performance standards. So I want to go back up to A.
Yes.
Work shall not alter topography, soil structure, plant community composition.
That is the performance standards for vernal pool, but these are the performance standards for isolated land subject to flooding. At
Okay.
3.05. So we're going to discuss that on the next table.
This is 306. Okay. I got it.
Okay.
All right. Anybody? Okay. Let's go on to 3.06. Yep.
At 3.06, the performance standards for vernal pool habitat. Work shall not alter topography, soil structure, plant community composition, hydrological regime, and/or water quality as to result in short or long-term adverse effect upon the vernal pool. So we do not expect a change in topography because we are not altering the land around the vernal pool. We don't expect a change in soil structure as the existing species will remain intact and the stumps will be allowed to remain in the ground, maintaining the structure. We do not expect a change in water quality, as I mentioned before. And we do not expect a change in hydrological regime. And that is based on this document, which is the Vegetation Management at Airports, a guidance document to conservation commissions, which has a stated finding in there that there was no change in hydrologic regime to vernal pools or streams as a result of cutting.
I noticed you skipped over plant community composition.
I'm getting there next. I was going with the these are all set, and then here's the more complicated part. We are altering the plant community. The threshold is an adverse effect. And there's a conversion of forested habitat to shrub-dominated habitat, but that is not typically seen as an adverse effect. And again, in this document, there's a discussion of the importance of shrubland as a habitat feature, that it benefits some species and it doesn't benefit other species, and some species change how they use habitat. Maybe they roosted in trees, but now they have better hunting in a shrubland. So conversion is not definitionally an adverse effect, though it is certainly a change. Again, the next two items have to do with water being diverted into or draining the vernal pool. Years of study at airports have indicated that that does not occur from cutting around the vernal pool, and we're not diverting any water into the vernal pool. And work shall not destroy connectivity to upland woods. Again, this area will remain naturalized. It will be a different community, but it will be a natural shrubland community, which will maintain connectivity to the adjacent areas. And then finally, work's not allowed within 100 feet of the vernal pool habitat without a variance, so a variance has been requested.
I'd like to go back to 3B.
Yes.
About diverting stormwater. So whatever equipment is used to remove the trees, and there's mats and tracking for the machines, there's still, we've talked before about this when we were on site, they still are going to have some, at least short-term, who knows how long, impact to the shrubs that will be impacted by the machine reworking over and around them. How does that not end up in erosion on a slope that is as steep as the slope around that vernal pool? When you remove the trees and the shrubs have been matted underneath the equipment, and you get a big flush of stormwater, how does that not end up being right into the pool?
So right now, there is a dense leaf layer there, and that acts as a natural mulch. So that protects the slope today, and it would continue to protect the slope following cutting from erosion, because it would prevent that rainwater from getting to the ground. There is also evidence from the documentation at other airports that as those shrubs grow, they grow back very vigorously when they receive that additional sunlight from the canopy being removed, and that density of leaf cover intercepts and disrupts rainfall, so that when it hits the ground, it is much more gentler than you would think on, an exposed open area. So the shrubs do quite a bit of work at that. Sure.
With the increase of sunshine, have you ever found to be a problem of invasives taking over?
Absolutely. Thankfully, there's very few invasives here, and we've proposed invasive species management for 2 growing seasons following cutting.
What does that consist of? Monitoring and treating?
It involves manual removal. As we understand, there's a moratorium on the use of herbicides on town land.
Go ahead.
Is that moratorium glyphosate or herbicides?
My understanding is it's glyphosate now, but there has been movement to expand it.
But right now, it's only glyphosate.
That's my understanding.
Okay, so other herbicides technically would be an option.
It would be, and if the Conservation Commission were open to that, we would be
Right.
happy to amend that as herbicide is.
Right, because this is the area where this is, the whole invasive question is the one that I keep focusing on and ruminating on and obsessing with, because our experience is that when when there's more sunlight and the soil is disturbed, that's where invasives can show up, even if they're not there already. They can come via seeds from whatever birds are left there and propagate. And once they propagate, once they get a toehold, of course, they can spread and they can outcompete natives. That's what they do. So, the fact that we might be able to consider the use of herbicides here, I think is worth thinking about, because I don't have that much confidence that in this large of an area with this large of a project that invasives would not take over to some degree.
Right, and I mean, I completely understand your logic, and I don't disagree with you. As I said, there are throughout this site, actually, like remarkably low densities of invasive species. That doesn't mean there's none, and that doesn't mean there's no risk. of introduction or expansion.
Right.
Which is why we do propose, you know, those 2 years, and we've seen very robust native shrub growth during those 2 years, so it does set the native population off to be dominant and have covered the, you know, ground when invasive species are inevitably introduced through wind and birds and all those other ways.
The application also, I think it contains a part of a sentence that refers to manual removal.
Right, that would be the way to remove them,
And-
if herbicide's not allowed.
Or if they, for some reason, weren't sufficiently effective.
Right.
Yeah, in some cases. But it is very, very skimpy in terms of the detail of how much manual removal would occur, how much could occur, what's the maximum, is there a budgetary limit to that? It's just very vague. And so I will likely be asking whether or not we can add detail to that. Just what would happen in terms of manual removal of invasives, what scale, and is there enough money to do it? Because it's labor intensive.
It is labor intensive. It's, you know, we understand it's a requirement and we're offering it as mitigation. The airport would be obligated to fulfill that requirement.
Yeah,
But I hear what you're saying.
But the devil is in the details on that. Yes, we're going to do manual removal, but what exactly are the marching orders and exactly how much of that will occur and how much of it won't occur? And what conditions will not, anyway. So that's where that's a sticking point for me. I'm just letting you know as we go along.
Yep, we can expand on that.
Is that it? I just wanted to go back to E, the alteration of vernal pool habitat. A question that I think Eric brought up last time that I wanted to circle back to, and I guess this is going to connect to the variance portion of this, is the need for shading for the benefit of amphibious species that are threatened and endangered, which is why vernal pools, part of the reason they have such a high level of protection, that they need shading. They prefer oak trees to shade them. So my question is, when you, and this probably just will go to the variance, but remind me when we get there, in terms of the alternatives, did you look at since the vernal pool is roughly 43 to 45 feet below grade, that the trees that are growing in and around the edge of that in the first, 20 feet, say, are those still in the maximum allowable zone when they're so far below grade? And could you not leave a ring of trees to provide the shade around the vernal pool?
So the maximum allowable height accounts for topography, which is why it's 10 feet at the top of the hill, but it's 20 feet at the bottom of the hill. That has to do with both its location to the safety area and the topography. So that has been included in the calculations. So taller trees would be allowed right along the rim of the vernal pool. But again, that threshold is about 20 feet. So if there's oaks there now that are 15 feet or 18 feet, they would remain. But if there's oaks there now that are 40 feet, they would be removed.
And we don't know what those are. They haven't been measured?
I have not. I don't have that information available right now.
Have they been looked, has that been looked at? Have you been able to get in the field and measure the trees right around the pool?
Not necessarily in the field, but there was an aerial survey done a few years ago now that identified those trees as penetrations to the surface. So what the aerial survey does is it looks at the canopy. So to identify individual trees, we would need to go down with the rangefinder and identify those. But there were penetrations identified on the aerial survey at the rim of the vernal pool.
And that's why there's hatching down to that limit. So if there's a tree that's penetrating, that would be removed. But if there's an understory tree, that's not picked up by the LiDAR because it's looking at the top of the canopy. And so that's why in a later variance request, and what we're proposing to do is to measure the trees as we go so that we're only removing the trees we're supposed to remove. But we don't have that explicit count right now because in the field I demonstrated the use of the hypsometer.
Right.
And you have to be able to see the top and the bottom of the tree from a static vantage point, and that's not really possible in the forest. So we'll discuss that more in the variance request
Yep.
to that item.
All right. I was gonna say, hold questions till the end, if you would. Since only we can shout them out. Yep, go ahead, Eric.
Quick question. You said you were going to bring samples of other wetlands and other airports? Successful wetlands?
Yeah, I had sent 2 airports, 5 years of monitoring to the Conservation Commission previously.
They're on My Town Gov, and I think they're also in the Dropbox in a folder called Other Airports.
Okay.
He does now. You got it
And
today.
there's
You'll get that.
other monitoring reports are available online through the DOT. They've got a website dedicated to vegetation management at airports, and those are listed in here. There's, I believe, 10, which all had cutting occurring between 2000 and 2003. 2 of which had vernal pools. And so that's where the information on the lack of adverse effect on vernal pools came from.
Okay.
I will say this vernal pool does not have rare species in it. It is not mapped as containing rare species. Doesn't mean we don't care about the species that are there. They're just not regulated by natural heritage.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, great. Up next is Beers's Pond. So again here, no cutting is proposed in Beers's Pond. On this schematic, those B flags, that's the limit of the bank. In the year 1, we are proposing 0.04 acres of cutting in the outermost edge of the buffer zone here. In future years, we are proposing some cutting in the, there's about 400 square feet in the inner 50, but a good bit more in the outer 50. All right, under the Wetland Protection Act, as I stated, we have land under water bodies and waterways and bank here. Both of those performance standards state, no work proposed in, or any work proposed within land under water or bank shall not. No work is proposed in there, therefore these performance standards are not applicable. The work is to be reviewed under the general provisions. And so typically, the concerns that we talk about in the buffer zone under the general provisions have to do with heating of the resource area. Here, the tree removal is primarily within the outer 50 feet, so that innermost 50 feet to the pond will remain with the vegetation it has today, providing the shade it provides today. So no adverse impact is expected there. We also talk about erosion, and we've been discussing this throughout. Work would be conducted under dry, frozen, or otherwise stable conditions, which is the regulatory speak for those 3 things are generally lumped together. And it will be using timber mats and or low pressure equipment as appropriate. Sedimentation into the bank due to potential erosion would be avoided through the use of a compost filter sock along the down gradient edge of work. Under the Chatham bylaw, most of the first items have to do with the bank, impairing the physical capacity of the bank. We're going to be at least 45 feet away from the bank. And there's no stump grinding, so we don't expect any changes to the physical stability of the bank or to the water carrying capacity of the bank. We're not going to alter how much water's in the pond from this work. Similarly to the vernal pool, we don't tree cutting and vegetation management has not been found to impair groundwater or surface water quality as the areas remain naturalized and vegetated. Because the work, again, is about 45 feet away from the bank, it would not impair the ability of the bank to provide fisheries habitat. And the wildlife habitat is, again, a conversion from forested to shrubland, but is not a loss of habitat. And there are rare species here. Natural Heritage did review the work as proposed. They received the full VMP along with the MESA checklist and the NOI, and they found that the work would not result in a prohibited take of state-listed species. The final item is that there is no alteration within 50 feet of the bank. We are proposing alteration. We've requested a variance. Are there any questions pertaining to Beers's Pond?
No.
Great. Down at the runway 2-4 end, we have the Cranberry Bog, which is bank with land underwater, and we have Emery Pond. Again, there's no cutting in either of those resources. There is proposed cutting. It is all in year one. So there's no future cutting proposed here. Work is proposed within both the inner and outer 50 feet of the aura. And here's where we're talking about that these heights, these maximum allowable heights at this end of the runway, given the slope and the distance from the runway end, are much higher. So trees below, say 30 to 50 feet throughout this area would be left intact. Just like at Beers' Pond.
Can you back up for 1 second on that? Sorry.
Absolutely.
So we talked about this a bit in the field. Down in this area, the trees are not as densely situated as they are in the area around the vernal pool.
Right, in this Emery Pond area, right, they were like trees in a lawn area.
Yep.
This was a little more forested on the
A little
hillside.
bit, but not, but what I'm getting to in this area is, given that, whether it's not, and given the height that's allowable, is it not possible to identify them in advance and tag them, the ones that are slated to come out, that are getting into that maximum allowable height?
The ones along Emery Pond could be identified ahead of time. The ones along the buffer zone to the cranberry bog, certainly that front edge could be, and potentially some back further in, but I don't want to commit to all of them because I have not tried to measure them.
Okay, but you'll take that under consideration. That would make it a lot easier for us anyway, to know in advance we're not signing a blank check for tree removal, to identify them. Also, also for the benefit of the residents that's there.
Yes.
Okay.
So again, here we have the same, this is regulated under the general provisions for work in the buffer zone under the Wetland Protection Act. There is some cutting along Emery Pond. The bank itself to Emery Pond is densely vegetated. So that will remain as it's in the resource. There is some cutting, it's along the lawn area, and there's, given the dam and the configuration of other docks and lawns there, this isn't a terribly significant change to that pond, given its size. And the removal, it's about 7 trees we saw in the field that will be removed. Along the cranberry bog, again, those trees they'll continue to be about 45-foot tall trees there in the inner 50 to provide some shading to the cranberry bog. Erosion, again, will be avoided in the same ways. At the cranberry bog, there is a driveway separating the cranberry bog from the tree cutting area. So there is a flat, terrace that's approximately 20 feet wide. But we're still going to require compost filter tubes to separate that work area and avoid any sedimentation into the cranberry bog. There's just that added protection of the existing driveway. So this is the same discussion as at Beers' Pond. There are rare species in Emery's Pond. And again, Natural Heritage found that the project would not adversely affect those species. A variance has been requested for the tree cutting within the inner 50. Are there any questions about banks or cutting near banks?
I just have sort of a generic question, and
Sure.
I don't know exactly whether this is the right spot for it or later, but it has to do with the fact that your bird surveys were done in the fall.
We did not conduct bird surveys here.
You did surveys of,
I did wetland delineation surveys.
no, there was a reference to looking for nesting sites conducted at
Right,
late
right.
summer
We
and fall.
generally assess wildlife habitat while we're in the field, correct?
Right, but that's not when that bird's nest. And so I was wondering why that time period was chosen.
Right, so it wasn't, that was chosen because that's when we were
But you were
authorized to
there.
do the work, to do the
Okay.
wetland delineation, and we generally assess wildlife habitat when we're in the field.
Okay.
We're not saying there's no bird nest there.
All right.
We're saying there's not unique nesting habitat. There's not a requirement for work in the buffer zone to conduct a wildlife habitat evaluation, so that was not a formal component of this.
Okay.
Down back at the runway 6 end, this is last because it is only future work. And so here at Black Pond, there's obviously the land under water bodies and the bank to the pond, but we also did identify with our E-flag series a vegetated wetland. No work is proposed at any of those resources. Again, about 400 feet of cutting extends into the inner 50 feet, but most of the cutting that's proposed under future conditions is in the outer 50 feet of the buffer zone.
And when you say future conditions for this, what is that thought?
That's the year like 3 to 5.
Year to 3 to 5,
Yep.
the same as the other, okay.
Yep, same as the other. We're not, for the vegetation management plan, part of the requirement of preparing the vegetation management plan is that everything's got to get into those 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then you work diligently to realize that plan.
What happens if you need to extend it?
That's when you do a YOP update and you report back to the Conservation Commission. Typically, if a 5-year permit's approved, you report back to the Conservation Commission. You know, we said these things, we were gonna do these things in year 4, but we needed a property easement and we couldn't get the property easement, the work wasn't done. We can't do any more work than is allowed, but there are legal and financial constraints where less work could occur, and then that is part of the YOP update to account for what did occur, what still needs to occur, and how long-term management is progressing at the airport.
Looking at the hatching that's delineating that area of work in year 4, looks to me, so this is part of the clearing on the transitional
Yes.
areas along the parallel to the runway.
Correct.
Okay, so this is part of that effort, and that's all about year 4 or so.
Right, exactly. Right now, in year 1, the focus is on the approach surfaces, and then that future work that's still within the VMP is the transitional
Yep.
surfaces.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
So here, our outermost resource is bordering vegetated wetland. Our performance standards again state any work in the resource shall not, as we're not in the resource, none of these performance standards are applicable to us. So we're looking at our general provisions. Here, again, most of this cutting is proposed to be more than 50 feet with only a limited area within the inner 50 feet. The trees to remain are allowed to be 30 to 40 feet tall, so they would continue providing shading to that vegetated wetland. And then we have our same erosion and sedimentation management strategies that I'm sure you're sick of me telling you about them. Under the bylaw, again, we have not impairing, these are for inland bank, you've seen these, and what is identified here is that we actually don't need a variance for working within 100 feet of the bank here. The bank is further waterward than the vegetated wetland, so that is unique compared to everywhere else. We do need the variance to cut within 45 feet of the vegetated wetland. So again, here, we're not proposing any work in the wetland, so we won't destroy that vegetation as required by item A. Item B does pertain to where we are working, which is that work shall not limit the capacity of the adjacent slope. So this performance standard extends outward from the limit of the delineated resource. But again, the slopes here would remain intact through erosion avoidance and the maintenance of vegetation. We're not going to impair the wetland under item C, but we do need a variance under item D as that limited amount of cutting is proposed within the inner 50 feet. I'm going to pause there because next we're moving to section 4 to discuss the ARA performance standards. So these are the resource area performance standards, and so I do just want to check in with the Conservation Commission before forging ahead.
Everybody still following us? Where are we going next? We're going to start the...
We're going to talk about the ARAs, and we're going to talk about it more broadly.
Okay.
Instead of resource area by resource.
That's probably easier. We're much more accustomed to auras more broadly rather than these specifics. So go for it.
All right. Within the ARA, the innermost 25 feet is identified as the vegetated buffer strip. and that's within the no disturb zone. So under that, we are requesting a variance because we can only partially comply. So at Beers' Pond and the BVW to Black Pond, we fully comply. We're not working within 25 feet of those resources. At the Cranberry Bog, there's not an existing vegetated buffer strip to the Cranberry Bog, given that driveway's location.
Yep.
But at the Vernal Pool and Emery Pond, we are requesting a variance because we are going to be cutting up to the 0 foot edge. The area will be allowed to return to a vegetated buffer strip, but it will be altered, which is not allowed without a variance. The VBS must be comprised of native vegetation. So again, right now it's primarily native and it would be maintained in that state through invasive species management. It will be allowed to renaturalize, and by doing this work and converting it to a more compatible habitat, the hope is to really not need to go back and have any future, have very minimal future maintenance is the goal. We don't have a coastal bank, so that's not applicable. No turf lawn is proposed. And then connectivity with other naturalized areas shall be preserved. We're not proposing grade changes or developments. There's no patios. So that connectivity, again, it'll be a shrub connectivity, but it will continue to exist following the work. And then the last item's not applicable because the VBS has not been meaningfully altered throughout much of the project area.
Okay.
All right. Wildlife habitat. So here I am going to rely largely on the discussion that's included in this document. And so here we have, no removal of vegetation, providing cover, food source, breeding, nesting that will adversely impact wildlife habitat. So again, we're seeing a conversion, as a previous presenter was discussing, and also as discussed in this document. Shrubland and grassland habitats are more unique on our landscape than developed or forested habitats. So some would argue it's a benefit to create shrubland habitat. Audubon does a lot of grassland management at airports, so that is an open item for discussion, but typically there's not been a documented loss of habitat. There's been a change in the species associated with the habitat. We are not proposing any barriers to wildlife movement. We did not see evidence of nesting trees that had cavities in them. Are there songbird nests? Most certainly, but we did not see, unique habitat features to support that, or burrows. So again, we didn't see evidence of that. We're not grading or denuding areas. We're going to be maintaining them as shrubland to continue providing wildlife habitat. Uniquely here, and what may not always be readily apparent to people who don't work with the regulations too closely, is that it appears your bylaw and also the WPA regulate the habitat, but not the organisms. So that is a nuance to it, that is the capacity to provide habitat will remain. In terms of human activities, we're not encouraging additional human activities. We're not putting in a boat ramp or a beach, so we would not expect additional impacts from increased human activity. If anything, there might be less because there's going to be a lot of catbrier. And we will not have a take of rare species as determined by natural heritage. And we are including in our assessment here all of our proposed work. So there's not, we're not going to spring future work on you in year 6, come back and say, actually, we need to cut these other areas you've never seen before. It's all in the VMP. All right, here are our rules for the outer aura. No structures or hardscapes. We're not proposing any. At least 75% of newly installed plants must be native species. In areas, if seeding's necessary, that seeding would be more than 75% native. We're not proposing lawns. We're not proposing pesticides, fertilizers, or permanent irrigation. But then there is a reference here to the variance section and to the mitigation section under 5.02 in the tree replanting standards, which we know we can't meet. And so we need a variance to this item to facilitate the variance to subsection G. So it's a little bit rolling up.
Variance within a variance, I get it.
Yeah.
It's complicated. Okay.
The no disturb zone, so this is the inner 50 feet. It includes the VBS, but is the full inner 50 feet. Allows no activity, no tree cutting within the inner 50, so we have a variance to that. That's the same geographic area as the resource-specific variance requests for cutting within 50 feet of the resource. We're not proposing any structures in the no disturb zone. Any planted vegetation would be 100% native species. We don't meet the exemptions for alterations. And again, it's not previously disturbed. These are our, then we move into section 5, which is the tree cutting. All right. Trees must be marked in the field with red or orange to be removed and green if they're remaining. We have discussed this to some extent. Currently we can only identify some of those trees. So we'll discuss, in our variance, we are proposing to have an environmental monitor during work. So professional land surveyor would demarcate the boundaries of cutting, the inner 50, the outer 50, and the total area. We'd have an environmental monitor on site during the cutting to make sure that it is following, that it's selective, the trees are being measured, that each tree or group of trees is being measured prior to cutting. It's not just, willy-nilly. And then they can record data related to size and species during the cutting. And we're not proposing selective pruning or view pruning. The mitigation standards. So there's 5 identified mitigation standards that mitigation can include any of the 5 actions. So we are proposing management of invasive species within the VBS to maintain that as a native VBS. Elimination of invasive species under item 4 would be, again, management of invasive species to allow for native species to grow and take over, as has been seen at other airports, along with some adaptive management if needed in areas where, for whatever reason, maybe there's some bare land, there would be adaptive management to plant native species through seeding. And then enhancement of the VBS. Evidence has shown that, that shrub vegetation takes off and grows very densely, which could be seen as an enhancement to some of these areas where it's less dense. Tree removal mitigation must be provided on the ratios in subsection G. So here is, I know that the Conservation Commission has been grappling with these ratios, so this is maybe an area we can clarify together, is that the airport will, it was brought up, could invasive species management be done outside the jurisdictional areas? And the airport's amenable to that. Under that, the first year of cutting, they are proposing to manage all of the cutting areas for invasive species, so that would be a 5-to-1 mitigation area ratio.
Can you explain that a bit more?
Yeah, so there's proposed upland cutting that's outside of the auras, and it was asked at I think our first meeting if for mitigation we would consider additional areas for invasive management, and we will. So they're proposing to go through all of the cutting areas for invasive species management for 2 years. And so that total acreage is 5 times the area that's within 100 feet of a resource area.
So this is on-site, on airport property?
It's on these
outside
same-
of our jurisdiction?
Correct, it's on
Not
those
off-site.
same 4 properties where the cutting would occur. Yeah.
And would you not have provided for invasive species management in those areas without this?
It may have been accomplished through like a annual mow program, but there's no, there's not as articulate rules around that. So it would be a bit more of a broad brush approach versus this is a more exacting approach to really manage those invasive species so that the native population can thrive. It obviously does not address the tree ratio.
Right.
So
So 5-1 is based on area?
Yeah,
okay.
area. Under subsection G, it has been designed to allow trees to remain where possible. This is not a want project. This is not I want a patio, I want this. This is a have to. So within the confines of complying with the FAA and Mass DOT rules, the intention is to limit tree removal to only those that are necessary. And then 5.02, here's where we get into the tree removal may be permitted for reasons listed. So we do comply with removal as necessary for public safety. The airport's a public use airport. So that says it's a 1-to-1 ratio for tree restoration. There are then the additional subsections where for sizes and locations, there's various ratios, but we're requesting a variance from the tree mitigation numbers because trees cannot be planted on the airport. And we're proposing that extensive additional invasive species management in lieu of tree planting. So the moment you've all been waiting for, the summary of the variances, because I know there's a lot, and I know they've been spread out. So in the table, these are the geographic variance requests, and it identifies in the left-hand column the variance, and then the resource areas, and which years the variance is being requested for. So then I will note that the bolded 4.016 A and B, that's the ARA requirement of no cutting within the inner 50 feet of the resource area. So that's the same geographic extent of the 4 rows above it. So it's like no cutting within the inner to a BVW, also no cutting within the inner ARA, it's the same area.
Right.
So just want to be clear because I know there's a lot on there. So those are the geographical base variance requests, and then the mitigation variance requests. Again, we're at item 4 because it references 5, and then 5 in terms of marking the trees with the color-coded tape and mitigation ratios.
Okay.
All right.
Got it.
Under your bylaw, there is a process for requesting a variance. So the first couple items have to do with describing the project and the project purpose. I think that those have been well articulated through this series of meetings. The next is to discuss alternatives that would have less impact. We did discuss these a little bit last week, but there's the no action, which is not acceptable as it doesn't comply with state and federal safety law regulations. There's been some discussion of displaced thresholds, but that's not feasible through the FAA. And this would violate existing FAA grant assurances and jeopardizes future grant funding, which is outside the scope of the Conservation Commission, but is a reality to the town. There's obviously not an alternative location. This airport's not going to be picked up and moved with fewer impacts than proposed to maintain it in its existing position. Maintaining the existing approaches is what's proposed. We've followed the best management standards, and so we feel that we've designed this project in compliance with recommendations to minimize the adverse impact to the extent practicable, and this meets federal and state safety requirements. There was also some discussion of raising the runway. This was not feasible due to additional grading and embankments, increasing of the retaining wall, that would create new and different wetland impacts, and that the vegetation would still continue to grow, and we'd be having this discussion in a few years. So we have proposed maintaining the existing approaches, and we maintain that that's the most appropriate course of action here. Next, we have to look at how impacts have been minimized and what the benefits may be. So again, to the extent that we can, it's been designed to be selective and only remove the trees that it must, leaving the rest of the vegetation intact. Ground disturbance, direct ground disturbance, will be minimized through use of best management practices. Sedimentation barriers will minimize or prevent sedimentation within the aura into resource areas. The work around the vernal pool has been phased, as we discussed. And as I said, this is designed within best management practices. This isn't a cowboy activity. In terms of the benefits, right, there's benefits to having habitat diversity. So shrub habitats, shrub communities are less common on our landscape, so that may be a benefit. They also are unlikely to need significant future management, which is what everyone wants: get it done and get out, stay out. And then the invasive species management, where we've discussed additional details, would be requested by the Conservation Commission. These lead into the mitigation measures. So the area will be, I'm sorry, I feel like a broken record up here, but the area will be allowed to renaturalize through that shrub vegetation. There's going to be, there's not additional development proposed within these auras. We know that once an area is designated for mitigation, it needs to remain untouched in the future, so that would be observed. There's currently some fencing on the bike path along the vernal pool habitat, and so that would be maintained to kind of be a visual demarcation and keep recreators or dissuade recreators from entering the vernal pool habitat. Management of the invasive species and cutting areas with reporting back to the Conservation Commission on means, methods, success levels, observations. And then the work typically is designed to happen in the winter. Then we're proposing to allow the vegetation to regrow naturally into the spring. And then in the peak biomass season, so in the summer, we would go out and we would look at all of those areas. And if there's areas where there's bare ground or it's just less well vegetated than other areas, then we would do some seeding, and we would specify a seed mix that includes native shrub species to help kickstart that. We don't expect significant seeding because, again, based on the research, they found that the very best way to revegetate it is let the shrubs do their thing, and that grows better than planted shrubs or seeded seed mixes.
I have a quick question.
Absolutely.
On your mitigation for the invasives, usually don't we usually agree on 3 years for managing invasive species? That's my question.
Yes.
Oh, then, okay.
That's a standard condition, our orders of condition.
Okay, I was
require-
just unaware of that standard Chatham requirement. Other places, if the order of conditions 3 years, you usually have 2 years once you do your work to do your management, but
okay.
we would comply with that.
All right, I was going to ask why you selected 2 years, so.
2 years is often specified by conservation commissions.
Okay,
So
all
if you
right.
specify 3,
Yeah.
3 it is. The variance request includes a cost estimate that is provided, that's part of the VMP as a standard requirement. So it breaks it out by years of the YOP, and it's just noted that these costs are in 2023 dollars. They do not account for inflation, so these would be expected to go up over the lifetime of the VMP. And they also don't include like legal fees associated with obtaining the easements. This is the construction work. I'm done.
Thank you.
Good job.
We probably do have a lot of questions.
I would think so.
But I think we're also a little bit brain weary after this afternoon. Two questions off the bat. One is, could you provide us a copy of your slides?
Yes.
Because the way that you divided and set things up would make it easier for us to review, because we need to now go away and think about all of this, and then maybe come back with the questions rather than trying to deal with it right now. And I'm going to go out on a limb here, no pun intended, and suggest that perhaps we could, I wonder whether it's possible to schedule the final hearing where we can come back with any questions for here, deal with the 3-year, 5-year limitation problem, and get into, just make sure that we understand the limitations that you have on what kind of mitigation, because we still have questions about that. I think that we have questions about whether it's not possible to plant smaller trees that won't grow into the safety zone, things like that. And rather than having you at the end of another long series of hearings, we have nothing scheduled. We have the third Wednesday we do not meet generally. And this month, this would be March the 20th. We don't have anything, we don't have a hearing that day. And
I am out of town that day.
you are out of town that day.
I will be on
Well,
an
that was my idea,
airplane
was
that
have a dedicated time that there's nothing else happening that we could. Okay, never mind.
I apologize.
That's okay. I'm out of town next week, which is why.
I can also talk to a colleague. I'll get back to you and see. I've had a colleague shadowing all of this who could likely take my place. So
Okay.
I'll let Paul know.
All right. I mean, that's just a thought, because I do have one of the things we wanted to talk about, and I know we have a regulation that we just passed last summer, that on its face prohibits topping, which is why it was not presented. These very unique circumstances may present a compelling case for a variance from that prohibition. There are maybe some of these trees that should and could, and I'm thinking particularly around the vernal pool where we are still concerned about shading. Shrubs just, I mean, they're dense, but they're not quite, they won't cast the shadow the shade as far as whether that would be possible to keep them below the maximum height area. And similarly, we heard from the residents up near the cranberry bog about the role that the trees around there play in terms of providing a screen. Now, that's not exactly our performance standards, but in the interest of doing the right thing, maybe those trees could be looked at as well as being topped so that they continue to provide habitat, they continue to provide a screen, they continue to do, I mean, they are damaged because they're topped, but they're not gone. And so I would ask you to take a look at your proposal and see if there's anywhere that you think that would actually make sense from an environmental perspective to do some trimming and topping rather than removal, to keep the airspace clear and let some of these eco-services still continue.
Yes, that would be an excellent compromise just around the vernal pool, because I can't imagine the vernal pool can survive if the ground heats up in the summertime, and it's going to be, from what I read and what I've seen in the 40 years I've been in business, it's going to, I can't see it surviving, you know.
I mean, all I can say in response to this vernal pool surviving is that at 2 other airports, they have and they've continued to be occupied and used following cutting in the vernal pool and around the vernal pools. Obviously, I understand your thought process and logic, but
And the trees also provide, you know, for the little critters that, you know, for protection against a lot of the big critters, you know, so.
And may I just ask a clarifying question
yes.
on the, would you be looking for like all tree topping everywhere instead
No,
of cutting?
not
or just
necessarily.
allowing some tree topping and some
Yes,
cutting?
where it
so
makes
that
the most
it's in the
sense,
middle?
both
Okay.
from an environmental perspective, where they are providing wildlife habitat, particularly to birds and other critters, but mostly, I'm concerned, because once you lose all of the trees, yes, you have a shrubland, but the birds that rely on canopies can no longer, they can't survive there anymore. So in order to maybe offset some of that, where it makes the most sense, to do some topping rather than full removal.
Yeah, we'll evaluate that.
Okay. What else? Should I, let me ask up here, since I'm just throwing this out there. Would you object to a dedicated hearing on March 20th to bring this to, get it off the already crowded March 13th calendar? Yeah, because we just sent a whole bunch of things to March 13th, so it's not going to be great for all of us to sit through another review.
Yes.
And
Or for everybody who wants to comment.
Right, which I'm going to get to in a second.
Yeah.
Since I know we need to be continued to a date certain, can we continue to the 13th while we check our calendars, and then
Yeah, worst case scenario,
would
we do
request
this
a
again on the
continuance.
13th, and if not,
Yeah.
if we can avoid it and do the 20th, that would be
Between
better.
now and then, we'll
Okay.
coordinate with Paul and request
Okay.
a continuance if we
Dr.
can.
Thompson, let me ask you. You may come up here and, 'cause
Great, okay, here, let me just. put my device.
you think he's on it?
He wants to present.
Okay, well, 10 minutes. I'm going to see if he, so before you plug in, no, Dr. Thompson. So first of all, identify yourself so that, for the viewing audience. Are you happy going forward with your presentation today, or would you rather wait until we have a dedicated,
I'm here, I may as well do it.
okay, can you do it in 10 minutes, you think?
No,
15 at the most?
15, I know, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right.
The select board come
I
on
did tell you that
in
you
what,
could do it today, so I'm going to stand by that.
Okay.
All right.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
you're
till
at
this is a
4:45.
Chromebook, isn't it? Oh, there we are.
She's there. Cheryl's there, Laura's
Okay.
there. Okay.
Right. For the record, Michael Thompson, local Chatham resident. Okay, the seeds, I claim the seeds for this NOI was actually sown in over the years, 1958 when 500 feet was added onto the runway, 2009 they added another 50 feet. And this was run right up to the runway, and the safety areas were extended right up to the wetlands and the vernal pool auras, and they actually went into the aura of the wetlands without any consideration for future vegetation growth. Now, let's do this. Okay. I just have to quickly make this point. There are several different geometries of visual approach, of virtual approach surfaces above which planes must fly. You know about that now by now. Approach surfaces 2 allow visual approaches in good visibility. That's what we have at Chatham currently. And they're currently the Part 77 approaches, which are referred to in the variance request. There's another class of approach surfaces called in the 4-5 type that allow instrument guidance in poor visibility. And that's been advocated in the Airport Management Plan update and by the Airport Commission. You'll see why I'm mentioning that in a moment. The existing Part 77 approach surfaces were in the original map in 1958. That area A is actually within the Part 77 approach surface. There's another extension on the south side of the airport. The existing, that's shown on that 1958 map. Now the AMPU in the bottom of the screen, the AMPU shows Part 77 surfaces over West Chatham with trees marked for removal. Why? I'm not... Here we are. I'm not getting the bottom of the screen for some reason. I'm not sure I can do anything about that. Okay. The point to make here is on both of these, and you can see top left or bottom right, that the Part 77 approach surface starts 200 feet away from the end of the runway, and it's 250 feet wide.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, take. Somebody tell me why this isn't moving?
I think it's expecting you to enter a URL and just get out of your URL box.
I think he's not in presentation mode. But it's
Click
not.
on your presentation somewhere.
Well, I'm there, I'm using it, so what's happening?
Go back.
Go back, yeah.
Go.
Yeah, hit the back arrow.
Oh, up there, okay.
Yeah. All right, now.
Now let's see what we can do. Page down, let's try that. No?
No.
Here we go, here we go. It's working again.
Okay.
It's working, okay. The definition of Part 77 approaches in a significant standards change. The FAA advisory, the most recent one, replaces the Part 77 surface with a visual approach surface. And the interesting thing is that this new surface starts at the end of the runway instead of 200 feet away. So this has really been a gift to airports like Chatham Airport, because it raises the surface by 10 feet and reduces the vegetation intrusion, of course, by 10 feet. And you can see that in the diagram at the bottom of the screen there. Now, a Type 4/5 instrument approach surface is actually introduced in the AMPU, which shows, this picture here shows tree removal with this particular instrument approach surface. This surface still starts 200 feet away from the runway, but with a width now of 400 feet. So it's a wider surface. This would lead to more trees being designated for removal than with the Part 77 or the visual approach. Remember, the variance request states that specifies that this tree removal will take place under a Part 77 surface, not underneath underneath this surface. You can see the difference here. This is the Part 77, and it's smaller than the other 4/5 approach surface. Now, if we go to the drawing that you've seen already, this is the airport drawing G1.3, shows proposed tree removal based on approach surfaces that are 400 feet wide and starting 200 feet from the runway. That is the specification for a 4/5 instrument approach surface, not a Part 77. So it's wider. So this obviously would cut trees in a path 150 feet wider than the Part 77, thereby enabling this 4/5 approach surface. For comparison, a visual approach surface is also 10 feet higher than either of the above surfaces. Oh, I should make it, before I go to this, I should make the point that the reason for a Part 4/5 instrument surface is that it's for instrument landings, and instrument landings lead to landings in poor visibility. They also lead to a need to increase the size of the RPZs, the high-risk areas at the ends of the runway. Now, the previous speaker mentioned that there'll be no more development. Well, in fact, there is development that's been proposed, and I think it will have to happen. It would be needed for those 4/5 surfaces. It's also needed for turboprops. That is, the clearance area around the runway currently is 250 feet. It's proposed to be 500 feet. And you'll notice that vernal pool is top left. This clearance would take place right over the whole area of the vernal pool and the wetlands. The wetlands is just a very, the vernal pool is just a very attractive looking area there, as you all know, you visited it. But the other point is that this vernal pool is 40 feet, 43 feet below the height of the runway. So it's way down in a very deep area. And another problem that arises with turboprops is that the runway safety area needs to be expanded. And that would have to be expanded over the wall that's already been built there. So there are other activities that would be inflicted on the wetland in a future NOI. So this is a slippery slope. I don't regard this as the end of the road. Other considerations, some of them have been touched on, I guess, already. The AMPU states that all trees protruding 10 feet below the approach surface would be removed. We're being told today that trees that protruded above the approach surface were other ones that would be removed. So that needs to be clarified. The NOI as we all know, is going to continue the ongoing removal for the next 5 years, including those penetrating the transitional 71 surfaces. I have a question. How would the conservation agent actually monitor the initial, let alone the continuing tree removal under any possible order of conditions? That's something that would have to be wrestled with. And we've heard all about this heavy logging equipment. I mean, that blew my mind when I saw those slides. And Madam Chair's comment about the slope is, I think, very pertinent. Those are very steep slopes down to this vernal pool because it is very deep. Now, for alternatives analysis, I will first of all reference the State Wetland Protection Act, which specifies at a minimum the alternatives analysis shall include an alternative based on an FAA waiver or airport operation change that does not alter resource areas. The town bylaw specifies that a variance must demonstrate that the project will not adversely impact the interests identified in the bylaw and that no feasible alternatives exist. It also suggests any permit or variance granted under this section shall be conditioned to require the owner of the structure or tree to permit the town at its own expense to install, operate, and maintain suitable obstruction markings or obstruction lights thereon. That is appropriate for a visual runway. It is obviously not appropriate for an instrument runway. There's also the alternative of a displaced threshold. The FAA advisory doesn't withdraw grants, etc., as was suggested. They actually specify it as an alternative. Displacing the threshold may mitigate obstacles penetrating the approach surface. It's there in the latest advisory. The AMPU also shows thresholds displaced in the illustration here. This would raise the approach surface by 30 feet, eliminating the need for tree removal both on and off airport property. So this is proposed in the AMPU. It's not as out of order as was implied. Conclusions. I mentioned the fact that there's a discrepancy in the drawing, the drawing of the approach surface and what was actually asked for in the variance request. The variance request was part 77. The drawing showed a 4-5 instrument approach surface. So I find that extremely disingenuous in this application. A variance could enable implementation of published airport plans with serious environmental, social, and safety consequences impacting the people of West Chatham, especially those living in expanded high-risk zones, aka RPZs, which the FAA insists must be empty of people and development. Of course, in Chatham, they're not. We already have 8 acres of high-risk zones and 20 families living in those zones. Instrument runways in poor visibility would increase that number. I think this whole request, this NOI, is a basis for referral in its entirety to the Cape Cod Commission. I don't believe that this is a modification on a determination that was made 20 years ago, or that this is maintenance on a determination that was made 20 years ago. I can't buy that. So this variance request is for unprecedented destructive activity. We saw so many examples of that in front of, put on the screen this afternoon. And this destructive activity is in the 50 feet no disturb zones. That word means something. And resource areas of the protected wetlands and a vernal pool. And all this to be done with an unprecedented cost exceeding $1 million. The two things at the bottom here, which I can't read, are that the alternative analysis shows that installing lights or displacing the threshold are viable alternatives to this NOI proposal. Another alternative, which we all know about, is that the turboprops and any landing in poor visibility can go to Hyannis. That's a lot less than 15 minutes.
That's very good, very good. You did go through that very quickly, but thoroughly. And I'll remind everybody that these slides have been posted on MyTownGov. One of the things I would like to do to kick off the next and hopefully final meeting is give you a chance to respond to some of the points that are raised here. If you would like to do that, that would be the right time to do that.
At the next meeting?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep, because not right this second.
Covered a lot of that.
Yeah, you have, but just in terms of, just to bring it back again to, if you want to, just giving you the opportunity. Okay.
Okay.
Thank
No
you.
questions?
Other than it has been referred to the Cape Cod Commission,
Yeah.
so we did do that. We're awaiting a decision. We don't know what's going to happen there. So for the next one, you will come back and think about alternatives in terms of possibly doing some topping and trimming rather than, I'll get to you in a second. Also know that off-site mitigation is possible. So tree planting on other town-owned properties is another possible form of mitigation that we would be interested in.
That is something that we're open to discussing with the Conservation Commission.
Yep.
This is a town project, there's grant
Yep,
funding,
yep.
but mitigation is typically
Yep.
town-sponsored. So we would discuss potentially decreasing that area of invasive species control.
Yep,
And we could provide compensation for planting at other sites. So
Yep.
that's
Yep.
an area where we are open to discussion with the Conservation Commission.
okay, good.
There's one other, I think, technically option, and that is funding for conservation efforts to an organization, either the town or to an environmental organization locally or something like that.
Yeah, we would be open
Yep.
to discussing
We need to get
those.
creative where mitigation can't be done in the form that we normally require it done, which is replacement in kind on site. So we are open to other creative approaches to balance the harm caused by this or the impacts by this with environmental benefits in different ways and in different locations. So we'd like to
Understood.
talk about that. We'll talk about well, hopefully by then we'll have a better grasp of what the length is of this order of conditions and how it's going to be structured with a VMP that goes out further than the order does. One thing I would ask you is to come, when you come back, is can we lay out in your slides, maybe is the best way to do it, exactly what's being proposed for the first years 1 and 2, which by the time we get to that happening that'll be the third year of the order of conditions, I think. Or at least the first 3 years that the order will cover, and what's being proposed, what's in the VMP that is outside of that.
Absolutely. Yep,
We would have to,
understood.
so we can look at that. Okay, a commenter in the audience can come up here and stay up there because you're up next anyway, before we go to a vote. She had a question, I believe, or a comment. Hello.
Good evening. Excuse me. Hello, my name is Laura Kelly. I want to say that was a great, yeah, it was long, it was extensive, it was detailed, and I just wanted to share with the board my 2 thoughts that I felt like could just be helpful. I felt that you were stumbling around a couple of things, and I just might be able to add some thought. One thing was about the heights of the high bush blueberries as well as clethra. They're both at their highest 15 feet. They're great native bushes. They're not going to turn into trees. They're not like a 15-foot tree, so they don't have a canopy. They're a bush. So hopefully they'll be around the base of the vernal pool and they can stay. You know, that's my hope, is things are not just stripped, you know, and cut with roots, that they're actually allowed to stay at 15 feet and they're cut at that point. So my thought was the dates. Also, you're relying back on data in the year 2000, 2003. And that's kind of outdated in my head and computer world. And relying on other airports and what they've been through is great if it's another Cape Cod airport with sandy soil and our same native plants. So if not, then we should be treated differently. So those are my thoughts on that. I would suggest to the board to get a list of plants that are existing that are native, a list of plants that are existing that are invasive that they wish to work on, mitigate, whatever the wording is, and then a list of plants that they wish to bring in and plant. They said natives up to 75%. Well, then what is the other 25%? What other varieties? And again, a head count. It makes a difference over time. You're really great to think about the 2-year plan, the 3-year plan, the vegetation management plan lasting 5 years. What about after that? Do they come back? Who oversees the other 25% that aren't native vegetation plants? So those were just my thoughts, and I hope it helps you all clarify things and make it clean, because it's neat. It's not that it's not needed. I just think there are alternatives in height and plant, actual touching things. And one last thing to say about the pesticides: if you do get to monitor for years and actually manually help any invasives, then we don't need any sort of pesticide control. So hopefully that could be put in writing somewhere, because I think the question was asked early on, and then we learned that they're actually going to oversee the operation for 5 years. So that's great. Let's just keep it up. Just tweak it and it'll be great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we're going to take a motion to continue this to March 13th, and if we extend beyond that, we'll post that in the appropriate places.
I move that we continue Chatham Municipal Airport to the meeting on March 13th, 2024 for the notice of intent.
Gordon, second.
Okay, roll call vote. Bob?
Aye.
Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl? And I vote aye, so,
He said aye.
yeah, we'll see you back here on the 13th or the 20th. One way or another, we'll try to bring this to a close. All right. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Elise. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, at the end of our long day, hello.
Hello. Thank you very much for allowing this after such a long day. I have heard it all from the beginning, and I'm impressed all that you are going through. So I will make this as brief as possible, but I do believe it is an important topic, and you folks are familiar with it, I am sure. So again, my name is Laura Kelly. I come in from Northeast Ham with a request about a pesticide reduction, let's call it an initiative throughout the town of Chatham. We really need to understand what we're using on our land, because unfortunately it is proven to travel. It's traveling in the air, in the soil, and in the ground. So the town of Orleans created a home rule petition for pesticide reduction, and this is specifically for exterior pesticide use. You can still use pesticides on your own body and inside your home, according to this particular home rule petition. So this is specifically for use of insecticides, fungicides, herbicides, and anything that is a form of a pesticide outside on your land specifically, because it does travel. It travels through our sandy soil and rainy conditions. They say on average a foot a year, and we all know our drinkable water source is about 25 feet below us. So it's happening seasonally, potentially 3 seasons a year. This is a human impact that is, not helpful, right? And so if it's not helpful, it's going to be harmful to our water sources, natural, fresh, to the air, and beyond. So of course that equals our own health. So we felt, because there are so many unintended consequences to our actions, if we target a plant, the plant doesn't necessarily absorb all of it. We should talk about these things and actually start to lessen our amount, because we're impacting our own resources. And it just isn't fair to be, so I'm a person that doesn't, let's say, use pesticides, but my neighbor does. And so in general, people do not have the right to be actually exposed to these dangerous chemicals. So it got us to create a language that's 4 pages long. You have that in front of you. With this, there's a waiver. So if the Cape Cod Mosquito Control has a project and needs to use ABC, it's just brought to, at this point in the language, it would be the town manager, the date, the amount, the property, or, the location. And so then we can understand, what's being used and when and why. So ultimately this language, the request is to allow this home rule petition to be allowed onto the town warrant for all citizens to vote on it. And then, like the town of Orleans, last October, it just passed. It turns into a bill at the State House through Representative Sarah Peak. And then it goes through the Energy Environmental Association, the Ways and Means, and ultimately gets to the governor to be signed within 2 years. If it isn't signed within 2 years, it just dies in committee. So it's a process. Orleans has started it. I want to let you know this language is on the warrant in the town of Wellfleet through the Board of Selectmen request, as well as the town of Eastham just voted Monday night unanimously, the select board in Eastham, so this language would be on their town warrant as well. It's on the town warrant in Wellfleet as a citizen's petition, and I'm working closely with the town of Dennis and Brewster, and I believe in March they'll make their decision one way or another, whether it gets on the warrant in the spring or in the fall. So what we're hoping for is allowing our Cape towns to join the mission. The more that we say we wish to have this opportunity, the more chance that the State House will allow the towns to actually be able to enforce these situations. There is currently a preemption law at the state of Massachusetts. It does not allow the towns to have these bylaws. So that's the exercise, right? I see it as a potential, 5-year plan that maybe it can come back and we can actually, monitor things better and realize what we're doing. By then, we'll see the harm is, even greater than we realized. Such thing as PAFSs, PFOAs, we find them in our drinkable water source. This town has been great on educating on those efforts. Thank you very much. This also is a moving chemical, not necessarily labeled as a forever chemical at the moment, but lasting much longer than we realize, et cetera, et cetera. So I would like to say that we as homeowners, no matter who we are, also have the ability to volunteer to not use any pesticides on our land. There are alternatives already available, cost efficient and effective. Places that will come and do backpack spray of peppermint oil on your property to lessen the amount of ticks or mosquitoes or whatever it is. They have certain recipes for certain things. So there are programs already set up. Of course, in an agway, there's a pesticide, and then there's a something else, an alternative already in the same store. So we can volunteer to lessen our impacts already. And yes, thank you, Chatham, for being the first town to volunteer to not use any glyphosate products on your town-owned land. We're hoping to just take this a step further, and that's where this comes into hand. So anybody that wishes to write a support letter to your select board in Chatham, that's very helpful as an individual or as a board. So at this point, I don't need to go on. I'm sure you've heard much on the topic. But if you had any quick questions, by all means, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Questions?
I've watched your presentation to health and read all the materials, so I don't have any questions at this time.
Just to let you know one last thing, the Association of Preservation of Cape Cod, your Assembly of Delegates, the County Commissioners, the Sierra Club, there's so much support locally and beyond to move this litigation forward. It is the first in history. We will be making a difference. It might just be minor because it's a reduction. It's not a ban in the sale or use at all. That is illegal. We're not asking for illegal things. We want to work with the law, within the law, but still protect ourselves on the way, along the way, because it's a free-for-all right now. We can mix anything and do anything, so we're just asking for a reduction. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Please write a support letter if you can.
I just have a question. Are you aware of testing for pesticides in drinking water on the Cape?
Well, yes. So I've asked many different towns and boards throughout time to absolutely write specific, right? We need to say not pesticides, it's too general. So I picked glyphosate. That was the one thing I found that was the most harmful. We use it more than, it's the most used herbicide worldwide. So I said, gee, let's check this out. Boy, was I surprised. It's harmful it's found in places like breast milk and rain. Well, it's not put in those places, so why is it there? So it's moving, it's traveling. And so the answer is a lot of laboratories are not set up for these things, and of course you want to fund them in order to get them to do what you want. So I've been stumped a few times down the road. I'm hoping Silent Spring Institute out of Newton, Mass. takes this on because they were the ones that actually discovered the PFOAs and PFOSs in our drinkable water. But again, it's about a dollar sign with them because they are a nonprofit. So thank you, good question.
Very good.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate you coming here. And, yep, I mean, we have a prohibition, as you've seen in our regulations, on the application of any pesticides within any of our regulated areas. So,
In some instances, we allow the herbicide for swiping rather than pulling.
with the exception of treating invasives, right,
Yes.
and which is a good exception to put in here because it's important, as you've been hearing all day today. The battle against invasives is not going all that great for our side.
Could you repeat again the towns that are, for which it's on the warrant?
Absolutely. Wellfleet, Eastham, Harwich, and I'm not going to say no to Dennis and Brewster as of yet.
Okay. Do you know which of those are citizen petitions?
Only one in Harwich.
In Harwich, okay. Oh, okay.
So where do you stand with Chatham? So we all saw what happened at the Board of Health. So do you go back to the Select Board and what happens now?
Well, I would like to continue the conversation. I'd like to continue to keep educating. I'd like to see if people in the town of Chatham would like to create maybe an initiative, something where we continue to share alternatives and find a stronger voice. As far as going back to the select board, they wanted an actual, green light from the Board of Health, and that didn't work. So I don't want to continue to, bug anybody. I want to actually work with people that want to work with the situation. So I'm hopeful to, be grassroots and start from the bottom to work our way up. If it takes a year, that's fine. Because then in a year, we could have another town saying to the State House, we've got another bill from another town. I just think Chatham is so strong, you're so forward-thinking, you're a lot more ahead in some other towns on things, and so I was really hopeful that Chatham would just grab the bull by its horns, because you're doing so much of the PAFS that's here, So I don't want to say, we're giving up by any means. We're just going forward, maybe with a different game plan.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you again. Cheers.
We have minutes.
And then we have a motion.
Yeah, I got that.
Paul? Did I lose him?
We have minutes from January 10th. They've been posted on, they've been available.
I move they be approved.
Are you moving? Okay.
Bob just moved.
Second.
Okay, Bob, roll call.
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
And I vote aye, that's unanimous. Last
Okay.
piece of business. I'm glad you're still here, Cheryl, because otherwise I was worried about the quorum. So a couple things have happened. So Bob Del Vecchio, who we miss a lot, has had his final surgery and he's recovering. And he was originally hoping to come back someday and had offered to resign. And while he was mulling that over, it turns out that he and Eric live in the same neighborhood and they bumped into each other dog walking and had a conversation, and they hit upon the perfect solution, which is they're going to swap places. So Bob will become an associate member, which allows him to attend as and when he wants. He doesn't have to worry about voting or quorums. And Eric, who served in the past for several years and is totally qualified, would become the voting member. So what we need to do is we need a motion to recommend to the select board, because it's their decision, to recommend to them that Bob Del Vecchio be moved to associate member and Eric Hilbert will be moved to full voting member.
I so move. Sorry.
I second.
I'm moving fast here.
Okay, roll call. Bob.
Aye.
Karen.
Aye.
Cheryl.
Aye.
I say aye.
I move to adjourn.
Thank you, everyone.
Aye.
Aye. We're
Second,
adjourned.
second.
We're adjourned. Thank
Appreciate
you.
the opportunity.
Thank you.
Bye, Cheryl.
Welcome, welcome.
As soon as
yeah.
the select board, you'll have to